I am calling to you from heaven, and I need you to hear this before these next few minutes end. Something serious is entering your life. Do not turn away from this moment, because it will not come again in the same way. I am speaking to you clearly, directly, so that you are not caught unprepared. What is coming is not sent to destroy you, but it will test your strength, your faith, and your trust in me in ways you did not expect. Listen closely. I see the path ahead of you more clearly than you see the ground beneath your feet. I know the shift that is about to take place. That is why I am speaking with urgency, not to frighten you, but to wake you. There are moments in a life when everything changes quickly, and you are standing at the edge of one now. If you ignore this call, you will walk into it blind. If you listen, you will walk through it with power and clarity. Slow your thoughts. Quiet your heart. Let everything else wait, because nothing else you were about to do carries the weight of what I am telling you now. The enemy would rather you stay distracted than prepared. He does not need to defeat you if he can simply keep you from paying attention. But I have interrupted your day on purpose. You were drawn to this moment by my will, not by chance. There is something precious in your life that I am protecting. This warning is part of that protection. I do not warn those I have abandoned. I warn those I am guarding, the way a father wakes the household before the storm reaches the door. So understand what this moment means. It means I am watching over what concerns you, and I have judged you ready to hear what is coming. The seriousness of what approaches is not about harm alone. It is about transformation, and transformation demands your full attention. There will be confusion around you. There will be voices pulling you in different directions, situations pressing on your patience, moments when the air itself seems to tighten. You may feel pressure building, as if something is closing in. But hear me. I'm already standing ahead of you. I'm making a way where you cannot yet see one. What feels overwhelming to you has already been measured by me, and I measured it against the strength I placed in you. I know you have been tired. I know there have been long stretches when nothing seemed to move, when you asked for change and heard only silence. This day is different. This is a turning point, and your awareness will decide your outcome. If you stay alert and grounded in me, you will not be shaken, even when everything around you trembles. Your steadiness does not come from you alone. It comes from my presence, and my presence does not leave. Things will try to pull at you in the days ahead. Some will seem urgent but carry no real weight. Others will whisper and matter greatly. You must learn the difference, and I will teach you. Stay close to me. Stay quiet in your spirit. I will guide you step by step through everything that is about to unfold. You are not being left to figure this out on your own. What is coming may uncover hidden things, truths that were kept from you, people and situations that were never what they appeared to be. Do not be afraid when the covering is pulled back. Truth is part of your protection, even when it stings. I am removing what does not belong in your life, and removal is rarely comfortable. But what leaves is making room for what I have prepared, and what I have prepared fits the purpose I wrote for you. You have been asking me for change. Now change is approaching, and it requires your trust. That is why my voice carries this weight today. You are not alone in this, and you are not powerless in it. I am with you in every step you're about to take. Stay steady, stay focused. Do not hand your thoughts over to fear, because fear is a thief that spends your strength on battles that never come. Very soon there will be a moment of decision. It may look small when it arrives. It will not be small. It will shape the direction of everything that follows, and that is why you must remain connected to me now, before it comes. When that moment stands in front of you, do not rush. Do not react out of panic. Respond with the peace I am building in you today. I will place the right thought in your mind at the right hour. I will set the right stirring in your heart. You will know. Understand this also. Not everything that feels urgent is meant to be acted on now, and not everything that seems delayed is meant to be forgotten. Discernment is the skill of this season, and discernment grows in nearness to me. I am sharpening your awareness so that when the hour comes, you see clearly while others squint in the dark. This is part of your growth. It is leading you into a stronger version of yourself than comfort could ever have produced. And do not forget this, even under the weight of my warning. What is entering your life carries opportunity inside it. It is not only a trial, it is a doorway. And behind that door is something you have been waiting on for a long time. Face it with fear, and you will struggle against it. Face it with trust, and you will rise on it, the way a bird rises on the very wind that beats against it. I am calling you to rise. I am not calling you to shrink back. So take a breath and receive this word as it is meant, not as a threat hanging over you, but as a lamp lit before your feet while the night is still dark. I do not wake my children for nothing. I wake them because the hour matters and because I intend for them to stand. Declare your Amen if you have faith. Now let me tell you how you will recognize what is coming. You will sense it in small moments. A sudden thought that arrives from nowhere. An unexpected feeling that rises without explanation. A quiet unease when everything on the surface looks normal. That is why I am preparing your heart now, so that you notice what others walk straight past and respond with wisdom instead of confusion. There will come a moment when something feels slightly off. Nothing you can point to, nothing you could explain to another person. But it will not sit right within you. Do not dismiss that feeling. That is my spirit, tapping on the wall of your heart, telling you to pay attention. You have spent years doubting yourself, talking yourself out of what you sensed. That season is over. I am teaching you to trust what I place inside you. That inner knowing is not anxiety. It is guidance, and it exists to keep your feet off ground that was never meant to hold you. Understand what this shift is really for. It is not here to break you. It is here to reveal where you truly stand. It will expose your habits, your reactions, the corners of your character that comfort has allowed to stay soft. You may feel challenged in ways that seem unfair, but I am allowing these moments because I am building someone who cannot be easily shaken. You are being refined, not rejected. Hold those two words apart in your mind, because the enemy will try to make them sound the same. There will be people involved in what is coming. Not all of them carry clean intentions. Some will speak kindly while planning otherwise. Some will confuse you. Some will disappoint you in ways you did not see coming. Do not let this harden you. I am opening your eyes so you can see who belongs in your life and who has only been standing near it. This is a time of separation. What is true will remain standing. What is false will fall away on its own, without you having to push it. When tension rises, you will feel the urge to react fast, to defend yourself, to fix everything in the same hour it breaks. Resist that urge. Not every situation deserves your response, and there are rooms where your silence will speak with more authority than anything you could say. I am teaching you to move with intention instead of impulse, so you do not start battles in a season that already carries enough weight of its own. There will be hours when you feel alone in this, as if no one on earth understands what is moving inside you. In those hours, remember who is nearest I see every detail that others cannot see. I hear what you never say out loud. The quiet around you is not abandonment. Lean into my presence in those moments, and you will find a strength that no person could have handed you. And hear this, because it matters. The same season that brings the testing also brings openings. Doors will unlock quietly. Paths will show themselves when you least expect them. Clarity will drop into the middle of confusion, like light through a torn curtain. These are not accidents. They are my hand moving in your favor while the pressure is still on. Stay awake so you do not miss an open door because you were staring at a closed one. Do not let fear write the story of what is coming. Fear exaggerates. Fear takes a shadow and calls it a giant. But I am telling you the truth. Nothing enters your life without first passing through my hands. What approach has already been weighed. Its reach has already been limited. Its ending has already been bent toward your good. Fear does not know any of this. I do. A moment will come when you must choose between what your eyes report and what my voice has spoken. Your eyes will report uncertainty, unstable ground, numbers that do not add up. My word over your life will say otherwise. That is the hour when faith stops being something you hold and becomes something you stand on. Choose my word. Plant your feet on it even while the ground argues. Your patience will be tested in this season more than usual. Answers will come slower than you want. Movement will hide itself from your eyes. This is not neglect. I am teaching you to wait with strength instead of desperation, because the person who panics in the pause will stumble in the breakthrough. While you wait, I am arranging. While you hold still, I am moving. The quiet is full of my work, even when you cannot hear a single sound of it. There will also come a day when something you leaned on proves unsteady. A plan, a situation, perhaps a person. It will shift under your weight, and you will feel the fright of it. Do not call it loss. Call it what it is: redirection. I am taking away props that could never support where you are going. What I have prepared for you needs a foundation that does not crack, and there is only one foundation like that. It is me. As all of this unfolds, watch what happens inside you. You will respond differently than you used to. You will think more clearly under pressure. A steadiness will surface in you that surprises even you. That is the fruit of listening. That is what happens to a person who stays present with me instead of running ahead of me. You are not who you were, and you are still becoming. Remember that you are protected through every hour of this. My protection does not always remove the difficulty. It removes the difficulty's power to destroy you. There is a difference, and one day you will thank me for it. You will come out of this stronger, wiser, and more awake than you have ever been. What feels heavy today will become the story you tell of how I carried you through something that could have ended very differently. Say, I believe, if this word is reaching your spirit. Now I want to speak to you about the stretching you feel. It is not random, and it is not cruelty. You are being pulled beyond your old limits, because your old limits cannot contain what I am about to place in your hands. I allow certain pressures to rise so that what is weak in you grows strong, and what is uncertain in you becomes settled. Do not read this process as punishment. A blade is not being punished when the stone sharpens it. There will be moments when everything around you feels unstable, as if the ground shifts without warning. Your instinct will be to grab whatever feels familiar, even things you already know are wrong for you. I am asking you to open that grip. I am your foundation, not the circumstances that keep rearranging themselves around you. What slips out of your hands in this season was never strong enough to carry you into the next one. You will begin to see patterns you never noticed before. The same kind of situation returning in new clothes. The same feeling rising at the same kind of moment. The same lesson circling back with a different face. This is not coincidence. I am lifting these things to the surface where you can finally see them. Because a cycle you can see is a cycle you can break. When you recognize the pattern, do not look away from it. Face it, name it, and bring it to me. Chains lose their strength the moment they lose their hiding place. Trust is the currency of this season. Not the kind of trust that waits for proof, but the kind that moves before the answer arrives. Everything I am about to do in your life will ask for that kind of trust, and I am going to give you a way to practice it that is real, not theoretical. My child, I'm asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you, into the harvest I am preparing. Now listen to what comes next, because the testing will touch more than your circumstances. It will reach into your relationships. People who once felt close may drift toward the edges of your life. Others you never expected will step in carrying purpose you did not see in them before. Do not fight these changes. I am arranging the people around you to match the place I am taking you. Some connections were built for a season that is ending, and holding them past their time only slows your walking. There will be days when you feel misunderstood. Others will not see what you see. They will not feel the weight you feel or the pull you feel. This can taste like loneliness, but understand what it really is. You're moving into a different level of awareness, and new territory always feels empty at first. Not everyone is meant to interpret your journey. Not everyone is meant to walk every mile of it beside you. Stay true to what I am showing you, even when you are the only one in the room who can see it. Your desires are going to change in this season. Watch for it. Things that once pulled at you will lose their grip quietly, without a struggle. New hunger will rise in your heart for things you never used to think about. This is not confusion. This is alignment. I am tuning your heart to your actual purpose. And when a heart comes into tune, the old songs stop fitting. What you used to chase will stop satisfying you, because I am leading you toward something with roots. A choice is coming that will look simple on its surface. It will not be simple. Underneath it will sit consequences that stretch years ahead of you. You will be tempted to take the comfortable answer, the one that asks nothing of you. I am calling you to take the right one. It may not be the path others expect from you. It may cost you an explanation you cannot give. But when you choose what is right over what is easy, you step onto the road where your growth and your assignment are waiting. Your inner senses will grow sharper through all of this. You will read situations before they finish unfolding. You will understand things you were never told. Do not be unsettled by this, and do not wave it off as imagination. This is how I guide those who walk closely with me. Pay attention to those moments. They are not decoration. They are direction. And when the quiet stretch comes, when nothing seems to be happening anywhere on the surface, do not mistake my silence for my absence. Some of my greatest work is done in rooms you cannot enter yet. Foundations are laid underground where no one applauds. Roots deepen in the dark before the branch ever shows a bud. Stay faithful in the hidden season, because what is being assembled behind the veil is worth every day of the wait. You may feel an urgency stirring in you during this time, a sense that something must change, that you must move. That stirring is not panic, and it should not become panic. It is purpose knocking. Do not smother it, and do not spend it recklessly. Bring it to me first. I will show you which direction to aim it, and when. An arrow released at the right moment travels farther than 100 loosed in a hurry. Watch also for the fruit of this season showing up in you. You will handle sharp situations with a softer grip. You will answer foolishness with patience that surprises you. Peace will hold its seat in you, even when the room is loud. None of this is accidental. It is what happens when a person stays joined to me while the pressure works. You are growing stronger in the place where strength actually matters, which is the spirit, not the circumstances. There is something else rising in this season that you need to understand. Old things are going to surface in you, thoughts you believed were settled, memories you filed away years ago, feelings you thought you had outrun. When they appear, do not call it a step backward. It is not. It is a deeper level of healing asking for your attention. I am bringing these things into the light because light is where they lose their authority. What you face with honesty cannot rule you from the shadows anymore. Your mind will try to go back to its old ways of working. It will try to explain this new season using old maps. But you cannot navigate new territory with charts drawn in a country you have already left. I am renewing your thinking. I am teaching you to see past the familiar into what is actually true. Let your perspective be rebuilt, even when the rebuilding feels strange. A house being renovated always looks worse before it looks right. Some doors are closing around you right now. Hear me carefully on this. They are not closing because you failed. They are closing because they no longer lead anywhere you are meant to go. A closed door can feel like grief, even when you sense it is right. Grieve if you need to, but do not stand knocking. I do not take anything from my children without already holding its replacement. And what I hold for you is not a copy of what you lost. It is beyond it. There will be a stretch of this journey where I ask you to move without full understanding. You will want the whole map. You will get a lantern. You will want the explanation. You will get the next step. This is not me withholding from you out of coldness. It is me building in you the kind of trust that survives every weather. The person who only moves when everything is explained will stand still their whole life. You were not made for standing still. In this season, pay attention to what your strength does around different people and places. Notice what drains you and what steadies you. Notice which rooms you leave heavier and which you leave clearer. This awareness is not selfishness. It is stewardship. Your energy is being pointed at something that matters now, and you cannot pour into your purpose what you have already leaked into places that were never yours to fill. There will be a test of honesty coming, and it has two edges. The first edge is speaking truth to others when a comfortable lie would be easier. Stand in the truth even when your voice shakes. What you speak now is laying track for where your life travels next. The second edge is harder. It is being honest with yourself. There are things you have avoided looking at because looking at them costs something. In this season, they will step in front of you and wait. Do not walk around them again. On the other side of that honest look is a freedom you have never had. You will feel emotions moving with unusual strength in these days. They will rise fast, sometimes without a reason you can name. Do not panic and do not let them take the wheel. Emotions in this season are messengers, not masters. They are surfacing to show you what is happening underneath, not to decide your direction. When a strong feeling rises, pause. Bring it to me before you spend it. In that pause, you will find that clarity was standing there the whole time, waiting for the noise to pass. Something you have trusted may begin to show cracks. A plan you built, a direction you were sure of, an arrangement that once felt like stone. Do not hold it together with fear. If it cannot bear weight, better you learn that now than after you have built your future on top of it. I am letting you see the weakness early. That is not misfortune. That is mercy wearing work clothes. You will also be tempted to reach for fast relief, for the quick answer that makes the discomfort stop today. I am asking you not to. Sit inside the process, even when it presses. Some things I can only build in you while the discomfort holds the door open. The moment you understand this, waiting stops being torture and becomes construction. Not one honest day of it will be wasted. I do not waste my children's seasons. Around you, voices will multiply. Advice will come from every direction, some of it polished, some of it loud, some of it from people who love you but cannot see what I have shown you. You must learn to filter every voice through the peace in your spirit. When counsel is right, peace settles on it. When counsel is wrong, something in you stays restless no matter how reasonable the words sound. Follow the peace. It knows the way home. A weight of responsibility will settle on your shoulders in this season, heavier than before. Your choices are carrying more consequence now because your life is entering ground where more is at stake. Do not resent this weight, and do not fear it. It is the weight of mattering. I do not load a back I have not strengthened, and I have been strengthening yours for longer than you realize. And you will outgrow something soon. Something that once defined you. A way of thinking. A habit that shaped your days. A role you played so long it felt like your name. Letting it fall away will feel strange, like a hand reaching for something that is no longer there. Let it fall anyway. What defined you was never the deepest truth of you. I know who you are becoming, and I am clearing the stage for that person to step forward. Now let me show you what I am doing with the people around you, because this is where the season will press you hardest. Your awareness of others is sharpening. You will begin to sense intentions before words confirm them. You will feel the difference between a hand extended in kindness and a hand extended in calculation. Do not dismiss these quiet signals. They are part of my protection over you. I am teaching you to hear what is underneath the sentences. Some people in your life are about to reveal their true nature. For a few of them, this will bring you relief and gratitude. For others, it will bring disappointment that sits heavy in your chest. Let the truth do its work either way. It is better to see clearly and ache for a while than to live comfortably inside an illusion. I'm showing you what is real so that you can build with real materials. When the disappointment comes, guard your heart against bitterness. Bitterness is a debt collector that only visits your own house. The ones who proved false were not the foundation of your future, and their leaving has not moved a single stone of what I have prepared for you. Release them without a war. Bless them if you can manage it. Then face forward, because forward is where everything I promised you lives. There will be a moment when someone asks you, directly or quietly, to bend something that should not bend. A small compromise. Easy to justify, barely visible to anyone else. I am telling you now so you recognize it when it comes. Stand firm. Your integrity is worth more than anything that compromise could buy you. What you protect in secret becomes the strength you stand on in public. And what you trade away in small pieces is exactly what you will need whole on the day of your assignment. You will feel a pull toward a simpler life in this season, a desire to put things down, to clear the table, to step away from noise that once entertained you and obligations that once flattered you. Follow that pull It is not loss. It is pruning. And pruning is how a vine is prepared for heavier fruit. When you remove what is unnecessary, what is essential finally has room to breathe. Your time is becoming more valuable now because your purpose is getting closer. You cannot scatter yourself across everything and everyone the way you once did. This is not coldness. It is aim. A river that spreads across a whole plain becomes a marsh. A river held between banks turns mills and carries ships. I am giving you banks. Let me narrow you toward what matters. More than one opportunity may arrive at the same time, each one waving for your attention, each one wearing urgency like a costume. Do not let the pressure of choosing quickly force you into choosing badly. What is truly yours does not demand confusion as its price. Take the time to stand before me with each option. The right one will hold still while you examine it. The wrong one will keep hurrying you. Very soon you will find yourself standing between two paths. One is familiar. It feels safe because you already know its every turn, even the turns that lead nowhere. The other is uncertain, and it carries a quiet pull of truth that you cannot fully explain. You will be tempted to choose the smaller life because it asks less of you. I am calling you to the path that stretches you, because your purpose is not waiting on the familiar road. Do not let comfort become the reason you stay where you no longer belong. When you step onto that stretching path, resistance will come. Some who know you will question it. A few may push against it openly. You may feel the pressure to explain yourself until everyone approves. Release that need. Not everyone is required to understand where I am taking you. Your assignment was never put to a vote. What matters is that you keep true to what I am showing you, walking steadily while the opinions blow past like weather. There will be days on that path when you feel you are moving entirely alone. Hear this. Solitary is not the same as abandoned. Some roads are built for one walker and me. In that aloneness, your ear will tune itself to my voice with a precision that crowds never allow. Many who carried great purpose walked stretches of it misunderstood. You are in good company, even when the road looks empty. And watch how fear begins to lose its grip on you through all of this. Things that once stopped you at the threshold will find their hands weaker. You will step through doorways you used to circle. Not because the fears vanished, but because you grew past their reach. I've been feeding your courage quietly, meal by meal, and in this season you will discover how much taller it stands. A quiet confidence is forming in you, and I want you to recognize it when you feel it. It does not shout. It does not need an audience or applause. It is a steady knowing, rooted in your connection to me, and it will hold your spine straight when others question you. Let it guide your decisions. Let it shape how you enter rooms. This is not pride. Pride leans on itself. This leans on me. Hold on to this as the people around you shift and settle. No one who leaves takes your future with them, and no one who arrives brings it. Your future travels with me. People are companions on the road, some for a mile, some for many, but the road itself was laid by my hand. Keep your eyes on the one who laid it. Declare I receive it, if your heart is open to what I am doing in you. Let me show you something about your past that will change how you carry your present. Certain delays that once frustrated you were guarding you. Doors that would not open for you were holding back what would have harmed you. Plans that collapsed were collapsing away from ground that could not hold a future. You called those things failure. From where I stand, they were rescue. Now that you are here, at this threshold, some of that hidden reasoning will finally come into view, and you will understand why the timing had to bend the way it did. So when this new season asks you to wait again, wait differently. Wait like someone who has seen the pattern. Every hour that seems slow is an hour where something is being set in place for you. You do not rush a harvest by shouting at the field. You keep tending and you trust the seasons to keep their appointment. They always have. I have never once been late to anything that concerned you, even when I refused to be early. More responsibility is settling on you now, and I want you to read it correctly. It is not burden being dumped on you. It is trust being extended to you. A master hands the heavier charge to the servant who proved faithful with the lighter one. If your shoulders feel more weight this year, it is because heaven has judged them ready. Carry it with a steady stride. You are not being given 1 ounce beyond what I have fitted you to bear. Watch your reactions in the coming days, because they will tell you who you are becoming. Situations that once lit a fire of frustration in you will land differently. You will feel calm arrive where panic used to live. You will hear yourself answer with patience and wonder where it came from. It came from every quiet hour you spent with me. I've been reshaping your responses from the inside, and now the results are reaching the surface. But there will be one situation that comes dressed in familiar clothing. It will look like something you have faced before, and your first instinct will be to handle it the old way. Do not. The old response belongs to the old person, and the old person is not the one standing here. This moment is designed to lift you past your former patterns, not to repeat them. When you feel the ancient reaction rising, pause. In that pause, a new road opens. Take it, and you will feel something break behind you that has followed you for years. Your sense of timing is changing too. You will feel led to act in certain moments and to hold still in others, without always knowing why. Follow that leading. It is not random. There is a rhythm I am setting under your life, the way a tide sets under a boat. And when you move with it, things fall into place with an ease that effort alone never produced. When you fight it, everything becomes heavy. Learn the rhythm. Trust the rhythm. An opportunity is approaching that will feel significant the moment you see it. It may arrive without warning, at an hour when you feel anything but ready. Hear me now so you remember it then. You are more ready than you feel. Readiness is not a feeling. It is the sum of everything you have walked through, everything you have learned, everything I have built into you while you thought nothing was happening. Step into it with confidence. I will be in it with you. Your strength will move in waves through this season. Some days you will feel clear and strong. Other days you will feel tired and unsure, and you will wonder if you have lost ground. You have not. Even the low days are doing their work. A field lies fallow and looks abandoned, yet the soil is renewing itself the whole time. Both kinds of days are mine. Both kinds of days are moving you forward. Release your grip on control. I know how tightly you have held the details, believing that if you managed every corner, nothing could go wrong. But your hands were never large enough for that job, and they were never meant to be. When you release what you cannot manage, you make room for me to move in ways your management never could. Trust me with the outcomes. You handle the obedience. I will handle the arranging. Even the places around you will begin to shift. Rooms that once felt comfortable may begin to feel too small, like a coat you have outgrown. New places will pull at your attention for reasons you cannot fully name. Pay attention to that pull. Geography can be part of alignment. I moved Abraham before I blessed him. Sometimes the promise waits at an address the comfortable never visit. And through all of it, your discernment will keep deepening. You will know things without being told, You will sense the right and the wrong of a matter before anyone finishes explaining it. Do not doubt these knowings, and do not demand that they justify themselves in words. This is the language I speak with those who stay near me. The more you honor it, the clearer it becomes. The more you dismiss it, the quieter it grows. Honor it. There will be an hour when everything in front of you is uncertain, and everything I promised feels far. In that hour, do not reach for what you can see. Reach for what I said. Sight reports the moment. My word reports the ending. And I am telling you now, before any of it unfolds, so that when it unfolds, you will remember. I told you, and I was already there. You are not walking toward this season unarmed. You are walking toward it accompanied, instructed, and loved. Keep your ear tuned to me, and your steps will not wander, even where the path has no markings. My child, we have walked a long road together already, and I have no intention of letting go of your hand now. Now hear the final portion of this word, because it concerns the hour when everything I have described begins to take visible shape. You are entering the phase where what was hidden will not stay hidden. The seriousness I spoke of at the beginning is going to step out of the shadows and stand where you can see it plainly. You will not be able to pretend that everything is the same, and you should not try. This is the moment where awareness must become action, where everything you have received in these minutes gets its test in daylight. Something will become undeniable. It may arrive through a situation, a conversation, or a sudden understanding that settles over you like morning light over a field. When it comes, do not turn from it. Do not argue with it. This truth is not coming to wound you. It is coming to point you, and a person who refuses the pointing wanders twice as long. Let what becomes clear stay clear. Fear will try to talk you back into fog. Refuse it. A situation will ask you to stand firm, while everything in you leans toward retreat. The decision in front of you will feel heavy, and stepping back will look so reasonable. Stand anyway, not in stubbornness, but in trust. What you face in that hour is not greater than what I have placed within you, and I would not have led you to that ground if the ground could not hold you. Remember who walked you here. The same one stands beside you there. Your thoughts may scatter under the pressure, pulling in 6 directions at once, each one demanding to be followed. This is not evidence that you are failing. It is simply the noise that always gathers at a threshold. Quiet your mind. Come down beneath the noise to the still place where my voice lives. Chaos speaks in crowds. I speak in stillness. The direction you need will be waiting there, as it always has been. When the pressure feels like it is arriving all at once, remember that you were never asked to carry all of it at once. Take the peace that belongs to today. Leave tomorrow's peace where it lies. I divide burdens into days for a reason, and the person who gathers up a whole month of weight in one morning collapses under arithmetic I never assigned. One step, then the next. I am in each of them. An urgency will rise in you near the end of this stretch, and it will be clean urgency, not panic. It will feel like something in you waking, reminding you that your hours matter and your strength has a purpose. Follow it. Move with intention. What you do in this window will shape the years that lean against it. But move as one who is led, not as one who is chased. There is a difference, and your peace will always tell you which one you are. You will be asked, one final time in this season, to be honest with yourself at a depth you have avoided. Whatever you have kept in the drawer, whatever you have promised yourself you would look at later, will ask for its hour. Give it the hour. Truth only frightens you from a distance. Up close, it turns out to be the door. and on the other side of that door is a lightness you have not felt in years. Then, after the pressing, comes the settling. Hear this promise and keep it near. The intensity will not last forever. There will be a moment when the noise thins, the dust comes down, and clarity takes its seat where confusion sat. In that stillness you will see the whole design, how each strange turn fed the road, how each closed door aimed you, how each hard week built what the easy weeks never could. Understanding will arrive like rain after long heat, and with it peace. You will look back at the person who first heard this warning and realize you are no longer that person. Your thoughts run in newer channels. Your responses carry more weight and less noise. Your faith has moved from your vocabulary into your spine. This is what I intended from the first word of this message, not merely to warn you, but to change what the warning found. So gather what you have heard and hold it with both hands. Something serious is entering your life, and now you know its purpose. It comes to test, and the testing will prove you. It comes to expose, and the exposing will free you. It comes to remove, and the removing will make room. Nothing about it is outside my sight, and nothing about it is beyond my reach. You have been told before it arrived, which means you will recognize it when it comes, and recognition is half the victory. Walk into these days with your head lifted. Keep your spirit quiet and your ears open. Refuse the counterfeit urgencies and honor the true ones. Guard your integrity in the small hours when no one is recording. Choose the stretching road over the shrinking one. Release what cracks and build only on what holds. And when the decisive moment stands before you, breathe. Remember this word and take the step I show you. I am not sending you into this season. I am walking you through it. There is a difference between a message shouted from a distance and a hand held along the way, and you have both today. The shout that woke you and the hand that stays. Others will wonder how you kept your footing when the season shook. You will know. You were told. You listened. And the one who told you kept every syllable of his word. My beloved, receive this final blessing over everything that is coming. May your eyes stay clear when others are clouded. May your heart stay soft without becoming weak, and firm without becoming hard. May every false thing fall away from you gently, and every true thing root itself deep. May you enter the testing hole and leave it stronger, and may the purpose I wrote for you find you standing exactly where I need you, at exactly the hour I need you there. The path from this moment forward is not empty. It is prepared, and it is watched, and it ends in something worth every step it costs you. What comes next for you is not small, and heaven is not distant from it. Rise each morning of the season, and remember, you were warned in love, armed in advance, and accompanied the entire way. Nothing that comes can take from you what I have placed in you. Nothing that leaves can carry away what I have promised you. Stand in that, and you will not be moved. Say, "Yes, Father, I am ready," if you will walk this season with me.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
Stop for a moment. Whatever you were about to do next, let it fall away. Before the sun rose this morning, something shifted concerning you, and I will not let this day pass without you knowing it. I am the Lord your God, and I have interrupted your wandering on purpose. This word is not for the crowd. It is for you alone. You did not stumble into this moment. I drew you here. You have been searching, questioning, crying out in silence, and I heard every word of it. So be still now. Listen closely. because I am about to answer questions you stopped asking out loud a long time ago. I saw you. I need you to understand what I mean when I say that. I saw you sitting alone before facing the day, needing a few more minutes to put on the face that says, everything is fine. I saw the quiet arithmetic you keep doing over what you owe, moving one payment behind another, running numbers that refuse to add up no matter how many times you try. I saw you lying awake in the dark hours, going over what you have again and again, as if the answer might change if you counted one more time. I saw you smile among others while worry twisted inside you. I heard you say the words, "I am fine," while something in you was pleading to be heard. And still you kept showing up. You kept trying. You kept believing a breakthrough was coming, even when every door slammed shut in your face. I heard the midnight prayers that felt like they struck the ceiling and fell back on you. I heard the ones you never finished because you were too tired to find the words. Not one of them was lost. Every whisper rose before me like incense. You were never speaking into an empty room. The exhaustion you have been carrying is not who you are. The sadness that keeps trying to settle into your bones does not belong to you. It came from outside of you, and it has been pressing on you for so long that you began to mistake it for your own nature. Hear me clearly. That weight was never yours, and today I am naming it so you can stop blaming yourself for it. You opened the scriptures hoping for an answer, and the words felt distant and cold. You are not the first of mine to know that silence. Many have cried out from caves and prison floors and dry wilderness places, and they too wondered if I had turned away. I had not turned from them. I have not turned from you. There is a reason this word is reaching you now, and not a year ago. A year ago, you would have taken it as a kind thought and let it go. Now you are worn enough to be honest and hungry enough to hold on. That honesty is not weakness. It is the open door through which I am about to speak. So do not treat these words lightly, for they carry weight you cannot yet measure. If you turn away now, you will walk past the very confirmation you asked me for, the sign you longed to see, the answer you begged me to release. Stay and let me finish what I have started saying to you. I know the battles you have fought that no one else has seen. I know the mornings you forced yourself to stand when your heart felt too weak to keep going. You have been holding on by a thread at times, whispering prayers you feared were too small for heaven to hear. No prayer of yours has ever been too small. I bend low to hear the faintest ones first. My child, I also know what you have been telling yourself in secret, that you are behind, that everyone else is moving forward while you stay stuck in the same place, that maybe you are the reason nothing works. I am telling you now, those words are not mine, and I have never once spoken them over you. What I speak over you sounds different. I say that you are mine. I say that your name is engraved on the palms of my hands, and no delay, no debt, no closed door has ever loosened my grip on you. I say that the long silence you endured was never absence. I was nearer in the silence than you have ever dared to believe. You asked me if your effort was worth anything. You asked if your patience would ever bear fruit. You asked, sometimes in anger, why the road had to be this long. I did not despise a single one of those questions. I gathered them, and I have been holding your answer until this exact moment, when you were finally able to receive it without it crushing you. Something has broken open concerning you. A long chapter is closing, and I have chosen to tell you myself rather than let you discover it slowly. What held you is losing its hold. What blocked you is being moved aside. I am not describing a feeling. I am describing a decision that has already been made in my presence. In the days ahead, you will remember this moment. You will remember that you almost passed it by, and that something made you stay. That something was me. I stopped you here because I have a word to place in your hands, and I intend to finish speaking it over you before this hour ends. So take a breath. Loosen the grip you have been keeping on your own worry. You do not need to hold yourself together while I am speaking, because I am holding you. Let every other voice grow quiet. There is only you and me now, and I have waited a long time for your full attention. Say amen out loud if your heart knows this word is for you. Now let me show you what you have been walking through, because you deserve to understand it. The heaviness of these past years was not bad luck. It was not weakness in you. There has been a long and deliberate opposition arranged against your life, and it worked in the dark precisely so you would blame yourself for its damage. It pressed against your provision. Money that should have reached you was delayed. Expenses appeared at the worst possible moments. The math never worked, and you thought you were failing, when in truth you were under siege. It pressed against your rest. You were pulled from sleep in the smallest hours, and worry was waiting there like an ambush. It knew your weakest hour. It knew which fears to replay in the dark, and it played them over and over until morning. It pressed against your closest bonds. Misunderstandings were stirred where there should have been peace. Distance crept in between you and people you love. You felt alone in rooms full of voices, and you thought something was wrong with you. Nothing was wrong with you. You were being isolated on purpose because you are far less easily defeated when you are not alone. And it pressed against your prayers. Every time you reached for me, a whisper told you the reaching was useless. Every time hope began to rise, a fresh trouble arrived to knock it down. This was not your imagination. You were opposed by something that studied you and feared what you would become. Hear what I am telling you, and let it lift years of false guilt off your shoulders. You were not lazy. You were not cursed by your own failures. You were a target precisely because of what I have placed inside you. The enemy does not lay siege to an empty storehouse. But I want you to understand something greater. All that time, the opposition could only go so far and no further. It pressed you, but it could not crush you. It delayed you, but it could not erase you. There was a boundary drawn around your life that it could never cross, and I was the one who drew it. And now hear the word I stopped you to deliver. The permission that opposition relied upon has ended. Its season is over. In my presence a ruling has been made concerning you, and no power beneath heaven can appeal it. The siege against your provision is broken. The ambush against your rest is disbanded. The wedge driven between you and those you love is being pulled out. I do not send messengers for a matter this close to my heart. I myself have gone ahead of you. I am unlocking what was sealed. I am releasing what was held. I am straightening the road that was made crooked, and I am doing it now, while my voice is still in your ears. Declare I believe if this word is reaching your spirit. You may ask why the opposition was allowed at all. It is a fair question, and I will not shame you for asking it. Understand this much for now. What came against you intended your ruin, but I bent every one of its schemes into your training. It meant to break your faith. Instead, your faith grew roots that storms can no longer reach. Think of what you can carry now that would have flattened you years ago. Think of the bad news you can hear without collapsing. Think of how quickly you return to prayer after a blow that once would have kept you away for months. That steadiness was forged in you during the very years you thought were wasted. Nothing about you was wasted. The one who opposed you understood something you are only now beginning to see. You are dangerous to the darkness. A person who keeps believing after years of resistance is a person who cannot be stopped by ordinary trouble. That is why the pressure on you was never ordinary. It was a measure of your worth, not a measure of your failure. So from this day, refuse the old explanation. When you remember the years of struggle, you will no longer say, "That was the proof that God forgot me." You will say, "That was the siege, and the siege is broken." Words matter, my child. Speak of your past the way I speak of it, and the past will lose its power to poison your future. I want you to notice something else in the days ahead. Burdens you carried for years will begin to feel strangely lighter, and you will wonder if you are imagining it. You are not imagining it. When a siege lifts, the air itself changes. Decisions that once paralyzed you will become simple. Tasks you avoided for months will take an afternoon. Do not credit coincidence for any of it. Coincidence did not endure the dark years with you, and coincidence is not delivering you now. I am. Give me what belongs to me, which is your trust, and I will keep showing you my hand until you can no longer doubt it. There will still be echoes of the old pressure, a bill, a harsh word, a heavy morning. Echoes are not the siege returning. They are the sound of something defeated growing fainter as it leaves. Treat them that way. Do not rebuild your fear around every echo, or you will imprison yourself in a war that has already ended. Instead, when trouble taps on your door, answer it with the ruling I have declared. Say, the permission has ended. Say, my God has gone ahead of me. Say it, even if your voice shakes, because heaven does not measure the steadiness of your voice. It measures the direction of your trust. You have spent years learning what it is to stand under pressure. Now you will learn what it is to walk without it. That will take some getting used to, and I will be patient with you while you learn. But learn it you will, because the next season of your life does not resemble the last one. I have seen to that myself. My child, hear me clearly now, because I am about to say something I have been waiting years to say to you. You finally did it. You reached the place I always knew you would reach. You pushed through storms that were designed to break you, and you did not quit, even when everything around you shouted that quitting was reasonable. You held on when others walked away. You kept moving when your strength was gone and you were running on nothing but stubborn hope. You stood in the fire, and though it burned, you walked out, carrying something the fire could not touch. This moment is not an accident. It is the fruit of your endurance, and I, your God, am proud of you. You thought I was punishing you. I was not. Every trial was shaping something in you that ease could never have built. Every closed door was my hand between you and harm you could not see. I was never against you. I was always for you, even on the days you cursed the road I had you walking. I saw you fight silent battles no one else even noticed. You thought no one cared. I cared. You thought no one was listening. I was listening. In the moments you felt most alone, my presence filled that room, whether you sensed it or not. Now, before I speak of what comes next, I have an instruction for you, and I ask you to receive it with an open heart. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing, Now let me take you back down the road you have walked, so you can see that I was there at every step. You have carried pain you never asked to carry. You have felt the sting of betrayal from people you trusted with your whole heart. In those moments you wondered if I had turned away. I never turned away. I stood guard over you in the shadows, even when you thought heaven had gone quiet. The people who left you did not all leave by accident. Some of them had to go, no matter how much it hurt, because their presence in your future would have poisoned what I am preparing for you. You could not see that then. You saw only the empty chair and the unanswered message. But I saw 10 years down the road, and I loved you too much to leave certain doors open. I know the wounds they're leaving left behind. I saw you question your worth because of it. I saw you blame yourself for endings that were never your fault. Hear me now. Their departure was not a verdict on your value. Sometimes I remove people the way a builder removes scaffolding, because the true structure is ready to stand. And the doors that slammed shut, the opportunities that slipped through your fingers at the last moment, the plans that crumbled after you had worked so hard to build them. You asked me why everyone else seemed to move forward while you stood still. My child, those refusals were not rejection. If I had opened certain doors when you begged for them, what waited behind them would have wounded you, not blessed you. There is a timing to every release, and I do not explain it in advance because trust that demands full explanation is not trust at all. But I will tell you this. Not one of those delays was carelessness. Each one was measured. Each one had a purpose you will one day see plainly. And when you see it, you will thank me for every door I refuse to open. You also wrestled with doubt, and I want to speak to that directly. You asked God, are you even real? Do you still hear me? Have you forgotten me? I never condemned you for those questions. I saw the weight you carried when you asked them, and I stayed closer to you in those hours than you ever realized. Doubt asked in the dark is still a form of reaching for me. The one who has truly given up does not bother to ask anything at all. You kept asking. That means the thread between us never broke, no matter how thin it felt. I have held my end of that thread through everything, and I am holding it now. Do you remember the nights you sat in the dark and whispered words you thought no one would ever hear? I heard them. You thought you were speaking into emptiness, but those whispers reached my throne before they finished leaving your lips. Even when you said nothing at all, when you only sat in silence because the words had run out, I knew what your heart was asking. I answered some of those silent prayers years ago, in ways you have not yet traced back to me. So let this settle into your soul. You were never unseen. You were never forgotten. You were never unloved. Everything you endured has carried you to this exact moment, and this moment is not the end of your story. It is the hinge on which your story turns. I am not honoring you today because you were perfect. You were not, and I have never once required that of you. I am honoring you because you stayed. Because when leaving was easier, you remained. Because when despair made its best argument, you went to sleep, woke up, and tried again. Heaven does not overlook that kind of courage. I certainly have not. There is one more weight I must lift from you before we go forward, and that is the shame you have been carrying in secret. The quiet thought that says, maybe I am the reason nothing works out. Maybe I am the failure. I am telling you today with all the authority of heaven, you are not a failure. You are a fighter who was handed a heavier load than most, and you carried it further than most ever could. Where you saw weakness, I saw someone who kept standing. Where you saw falling apart, I saw someone holding together a life under pressure that would have flattened others. Where you saw yourself overlooked, I saw a servant I was guarding for an appointed hour. You have been telling your own story in the enemy's words. Today, I am giving you mine. Do you remember the times you smiled in front of everyone, then came home and collapsed, your soul aching with questions you could not put into words? I was there in that room, when you laid your head down and whispered, "God, just give me one reason to keep going." I became the reason. Every morning you woke up after a night you thought you would not survive. That was my hand lifting you. Now listen carefully, for I am declaring something new over your life. The waiting season you have carried for so long has come to an end. The long cycle of not yet and maybe later has finished. I say it with all authority. The chapter is closed. You have crossed over. I am the one who opens doors no man can shut. And I tell you today, I have opened such a door for you. It was not built by human hands, and no power on earth can pull it closed. It is not luck. It is not coincidence. I carved this door into your story long ago, and now I have swung it wide, and I am inviting you to walk through it. For every door that slammed in your face, for every chance that was stolen by delay, I now set before you an entrance that cannot be taken away. You do not need to force it. You do not need to beg at it. It is already unlocked. Your part is only to rise and step through it with boldness. And hear this, because it matters to you more than you admit. Your victory will not be hidden this time. For years your triumphs were quiet, known only to you and to me. Now I will make your turning visible. Those who doubted you will see it. Those who questioned your faith will see it. Those who decided you would never rise will stand as witnesses to what my hand has done in you. Do you remember whispering to yourself, "When will it be my turn?" My child, this is your turn. This is your moment. The door I have opened is not small, and it is not fragile. What flows through it will not be a brief relief that fades by winter. It is a lasting change in the direction of your life. I am restoring years that felt stolen from you. I am multiplying what was broken down to almost nothing, and I am doing it in such a way that when it unfolds, no honest observer will be able to explain it apart from me. That is deliberate. Your life is about to become an argument that I keep my word. You sowed in sorrow, season after season, with no harvest in sight. Now you will reap in joy. You endured the silence. Now you will hear celebration where there was mourning. You stood in faith when there was no evidence on the table. Now I will set evidence before you until your hands lift on their own in awe. What I do in this season will also silence the old lies. Every voice that said you were forgotten will be answered, not by your arguing, but by the plain sight of my faithfulness resting on your life. You will not need to defend yourself. Your circumstances will speak, and they will speak clearly. So step forward. Do not hesitate at the threshold. Do not let fear grab your ankle at the last moment and whisper that this is all too good, that words like these are for other people. You have been strengthened for this exact door. You are not too late. You are not unworthy. This is not a trick, and it is not a test. It is my promise arriving. I know that after years of disappointment, hope itself can feel dangerous. You learned to keep your expectations low so that life could not hurt you again. That habit protected you once. It cannot come with you through this door. On the other side, you will need the courage to expect good things again, and I will teach it back to you gently, one fulfilled promise at a time. Start small if you must. Expect me in one thing this week. Place one need in my hands and refuse to take it back. When I answer, mark it. Let that answer become a stone of remembrance and build on it. This is how a heart that was taught to brace itself learns instead to stand up straight. And when you walk through this door, do not look back over your shoulder as if the old season might chase you down and reclaim you. It cannot. A closed chapter has no authority over an open one. I have placed the ending myself, and what I end stays ended. And do not wait until you feel worthy to begin walking. Worthiness was never the price of entry. I opened this door because of who I am and because of what I have decided concerning you. Your feelings will catch up to the truth in time. Until they do, let the truth lead and let the feelings follow behind. Lift your head, my child. Straighten your back. You have spent enough years walking with your eyes on the ground, braced for the next blow. The next steps you take will be different, because the ground itself has changed. You are not walking toward the promise anymore. You are walking in it. Now let me show you what I am placing in your hands, so you will recognize each blessing as it arrives, and know exactly where it came from. These are not small things. They are not passing kindnesses. They are lasting portions, and I have set 5 of them aside with your name on each one. First, I am giving you peace, not the fragile calm the world offers, the kind that shatters at the first piece of bad news. My peace, the kind that stands guard over your mind like a soldier at a gate. You once lay awake dreading tomorrow. Now when your head touches the pillow, my peace will meet you there, and rest will stop being a battle. Where confusion ruled, clarity will guide you. Where fear whispered, courage will answer. This peace does not depend on your circumstances improving first. It arrives before the circumstances change, which is how you will know it is mine. The world's calm follows good news. My peace walks ahead of it. Second, I am bringing provision. The days of counting what you have and finding it lacking are closing. I fed my people with bread from the sky in a wilderness where nothing grew. I took a few loaves and small fish and fed thousands with baskets left over. I have not changed. What is in your hands right now looks small to you. Place it in mine and see what I make of it. Do not fear lack anymore. Fear of lack is a habit from the siege years, and the siege is over. I will supply what you need, and beyond that, I will surprise you. Provision will arrive from directions you never mapped, through hands you never expected, at moments so precise that you will laugh at the timing. That laugh will be worship, and I will receive it gladly. Third, restoration. What was lost, what was torn, what was broken while you were too tired to defend it, I am restoring. Joy will move back into the rooms where sorrow lived. Bonds that were wounded will be healed, some of them so completely that the wound itself becomes a place of unusual strength. Nothing is too broken for me to rebuild. Nothing has drifted so far that I cannot return it. Even the years themselves I will redeem. You have grieved the time you think you lost, the seasons that seem to produce nothing. But I waste nothing, not even the barren stretches. A field left fallow is not a dead field. It is a field gathering richness for a harvest the constantly worked ground could never yield. You are about to harvest from years you had written off. Fourth, healing. For your body, worn down by carrying tension it was never meant to hold. For your mind, tired of running the same anxious circles. For your heart, still tender in places you do not let anyone touch. I am the one who binds up the brokenhearted, and I am attending to you personally, not sending the work to another. Where sickness drained your strength, renewal is coming. Where grief pressed you down, I am lifting. You will notice it in small ways first. A morning without the familiar dread. A memory that surfaces without the old sting. Breath that comes easier. Do not dismiss those small mercies. They are the first drops before rain. Fifth, joy. Real joy. Not the thin kind that evaporates when trouble returns. This joy is rooted in my love, which does not move. So it will hold in every weather. You will laugh again without checking over your shoulder. You will find yourself singing at odd moments and wonder where the song came from. It came from me. It was always yours. It is simply coming home. Speak the words, "I receive it," if your hands are open today. Understand, my child, why this outpouring comes now. Your perseverance positioned you for it. Many gave up in the middle of the road. You did not. Many turned back when the way grew dark. You pressed on. Because you stayed, because you endured, because you kept rising, you are standing exactly where the rain is about to fall. The miracle you thought was delayed was never sitting idle. It was a seed beneath the soil the whole time. While you saw nothing but bare ground, roots were spreading deep and a foundation was forming in secret. What you prayed for in hiddenness is now breaking the surface, and what breaks the surface after that kind of rooting does not wither easily. And these 5 portions are not for a moment. They are the opening of a new chapter, not a brief festival before the old life resumes. You will walk in peace daily. You will live in provision without the old dread. You will carry restoration and healing that others can feel when they stand near you. You will overflow with a joy that cannot be explained by your circumstances. That overflow has a purpose beyond you. Others will notice the change and ask, "How did you make it through? How are you standing? What happened to you?" And you will point to me. Your life will become a doorway through which weary people find their way back to hope. I am blessing you in a manner designed to spill over, because that is how my kingdom moves through the earth. You will be a bearer of peace to the troubled, a voice of courage to the ones about to quit, living proof to the hurting that I still heal, still restore, still lift up those who refuse to let go of me. This is part of why you were allowed to walk so hard a road. No one learns to carry water for others in a land where it has never been scarce. So lift your hands and receive all 5 portions without apology. You do not need to earn them now. The staying was the sowing, and this is the harvest. I, the Lord your God, am faithful, and I keep every promise I make. This is your season of blessing. Take it from my hand. Now that I have opened the door and named the blessings, I must also prepare you, because every new season carries both promise and danger. What I am placing in your hands is powerful, and powerful things must be guarded. I tell you this not to frighten you, but because a shepherd who sees the wolf and says nothing loves no one. Be careful first of pride. When the change in your life becomes visible, when people begin to notice and ask questions, a quiet voice will suggest, "You did this yourself." Your grit, your cleverness, your endurance. There is a grain of truth in it, which is what makes it dangerous. Yes, you endured, but it was my strength that held you together when yours ran out, and my hand that opened what no effort of yours could unlock. Remember the source, and the blessing keeps its sweetness. Forget the source, and the same blessing turns heavy and hollow in your hands. Stay low in your own eyes, and I will keep lifting you higher. That is not a threat. It is simply how weight is carried safely. The deeper the roots, the taller the tree can stand without breaking. Be careful next of fear. When I bless you, the whisper will change its approach. It will stop saying, "This will never happen," and start saying, "This will never last." What if it is taken away? What if you were never meant to have it? Fear always aims at the newest thing I have given, because new things have not yet grown their defenses. But I have not given you a spirit of fear. I have given you power and love and a sound mind. So when the what-ifs rise, do not negotiate with them. Answer them out loud with what I have said. What my hand gives, no thief can carry off. Fear will shrink a blessing if you feed it. Faith will enlarge the same blessing if you feed that instead. You choose the table. Guard also your tongue, and hear me carefully here, because few understand this. Not everything I give you is meant to be announced right away. Some blessings must stay hidden for a season, like a root taking hold, so they can grow strong before they are exposed to other eyes. Announced too soon, they draw envy, doubt, and interference before they can stand on their own. Remember Joseph. He told his dream to his brothers before its time, and the telling stirred a hatred that cost him years in a pit and a prison. I still kept every word of that dream, but the road there was made harder by an early announcement. Not everyone at your table can celebrate your rising. Some will misunderstand it. A few will quietly work against it. So keep certain things between you and me until I show you the moment to speak. This is not dishonesty. It is stewardship. Silence, rightly used, is a shield around a young harvest. When the blessing is strong enough to stand in the open, I myself will give you the words in the moment, and then no tongue will be able to talk it down. Stay close to me in prayer, closer than ever. Here is a trap that catches many in seasons of increase. The busyness of the blessing slowly crowds out the presence of the one who gave it. The struggling soul prays daily out of need. The blessed soul can drift for weeks without noticing. Do not let what I give you become the very thing that pulls you from me. Prayer keeps your spirit sharp and your heart in line with mine. When you pray, you return to the source and drink. When prayer fades, other voices grow louder, and you begin to take direction from your worries again. Come to me in the morning before the day makes its demands. Come at night before sleep takes you. Even a few honest words keep the road between us worn smooth. Remain in gratitude as well. It is a strange weakness of the human heart that it can pray for something for 10 years. Receive it, and within a season treat it as ordinary. Do not let familiarity steal the wonder of what I am doing. Thank me for the small things as quickly as the great ones. A grateful heart never runs dry, because gratitude keeps the gate open through which more arrives. And above all, stay in faith. There will still be days of testing in this new season. Not the old siege, but the ordinary weather of a living faith. On those days, doubt will offer its old argument one more time. Let your answer be settled in advance. Faith is your anchor now, the same faith that carried you through the years of waiting. It did not retire when the waiting ended. It simply changed assignments. Faith is not seeing everything clearly. It is trusting the one who does. When you cannot trace my hand, trust my heart. When you do not understand my timing, remember its record. It has never once failed you, even in the years when you were certain it had. You have the proof of that now. Carry the proof with you into every dark day ahead, and no dark day will keep you. I entrust more to you now than you have ever carried, and with more comes greater keeping. Guard your heart, guard your words, guard the quiet place where you and I meet. Not everyone around you will understand the season you are in, and you are not required to make them understand. Let your life do the explaining in due time. Treasure what I place in your hands. Water it with prayer. Surround it with gratitude. Shield it with humility, and grow it with faith. Do this, and the blessing will not only remain, it will multiply until it overflows the borders of your own life and runs into the lives of everyone I send near you. That overflow is my plan, and I am not hiding it from you. You are blessed in order to become a blessing, and I have chosen you for both. One more preparation, and then I will speak of the surprise I have been saving for the end. In the days just ahead, do not be startled if resistance flares one last time. A defeated enemy rarely leaves quietly. There may be a sudden quarrel over something small, an unexpected expense, a wave of heaviness or doubt that seems to arrive from nowhere. This is not the siege returning. This is the noise of a retreat. When it comes, do not panic and do not despair. Recognize it, name it, and answer it out loud. Say, I know what this is, and it has no claim on me anymore. The permission has ended, and my God walks ahead of me. Then continue on your way. Opposition that is answered calmly loses its power twice as fast, because its only real weapon was your fear. Now, my child, let me set two roads before you, because what you do with this word will decide which one you travel. On the first road you let this hour fade. You are stirred today, but by tomorrow the old voice returns, whispering that words like these are for other people, and you agree with it out of habit. Months from now you are still circling the same worries, still braced for the next blow, wondering why nothing shifted. On the second road you take me at my word. You rise tomorrow and speak of your past the way I have spoken of it tonight. You place one need in my hands and refuse to take it back. You guard the blessing. Stay near me in prayer and step through the door I have opened without looking over your shoulder. On that road, months from now, your own life has become the evidence, and the people around you are asking what changed. The two roads are real, and the choosing is happening now, not someday. Choose the second road, not because I demand it coldly, but because everything in me longs to see you walk it, and everything I have prepared is waiting along its way. And now, the surprise. It is not a possession, though provision is coming. It is not a single answered request, though answers are already in motion. The surprise is this: you were never forgotten. Not for 1 hour of one day of all those years. Every prayer you thought had gone unanswered was being kept, the way a faithful steward keeps an inheritance until the heir comes of age. The nights you felt abandoned, I was in the room. The delays that broke your heart were my hand holding back what would have harmed you. The doors that closed were my mercy wearing a disguise you could not recognize at the time. You believed you were fighting alone, and the whole time heaven was arranged around you like an army you could not see. Even when my silence felt like absence, it was nearer to a held breath. There is a kind of quiet that comes before a great unveiling, when everything is prepared, and the only thing remaining is the right moment. You have been living inside that quiet. It was never emptiness. It was the stillness of a table already set, waiting for you to be brought to it. The breakthrough you begged for was not withheld out of reluctance. It was held in trust until you stood where receiving it would establish you instead of scattering you. Not perfect, for I never required perfection. Positioned, ready in the way that matters. And here you are, and here it is. And this meeting of the two is what I have been arranging all along. So receive it. Stop analyzing whether a word this kind could truly be for you. Stop demanding one more proof before you let yourself hope. Open your hands. Open your heart. Receive the turning that is already in motion, the ruling already declared, the door already open, the 5 portions already set aside with your name on them. Say, "Yes, Lord," if you are ready to walk through the door I have opened. And know this as you go: you will not walk into the new season alone. I did not carry you through the fire only to release you at the edge of the garden. As I was with you in the trial, I will be with you in the blessing. Closer, in fact, because you now know my voice in a way that only the long road could teach you. You once worried about what tomorrow would bring. Let that worry retire now. I hold tomorrow already. Every path you will walk, I have walked ahead of you. Every trouble you will meet, I have already overcome. What look like open questions to you are settled answers in my plan. I am the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end, and nothing about your life is uncertain to me. Your story will not end in silence or in shame. I promise you that. The battles you thought would bury you will become the proof of my faithfulness, told in your own voice. The scars you carry will speak louder than arguments ever could, telling everyone who hurts that I heal, that I restore, that I lift up those who hold on to me. People will wonder how you are still standing, and standing with joy. And you will say, "It was the Lord. It was always the Lord." That is why you were chosen for this road, not as punishment, as trust. I needed a life that could carry this testimony without breaking under it, and I found that life in you. What you endured privately will now speak publicly, and many who are ready to give up will keep going because they heard what I did for you. So go now into what I have prepared, and go unafraid. When you rise tomorrow, rise as one who has heard from heaven. When the old thoughts knock, let the new word answer. When the door stands before you, walk through it without apology, because the one who opened it is walking through it with you. My peace I leave with you, not as the world gives, fragile and passing, but mine, deep and unmoved. Carry it into your home. Carry it into your work. Carry it into every room that once knew your worry, and let it change the air of your whole life. I have loved you with an everlasting love. I loved you through the years you felt unlovable, and I will love you through every year that remains and beyond them all. Nothing you did made me begin, and nothing you could do would make me stop. This is the ground you stand on now. It does not shake. The waiting is over. The door is open. The blessing is released, and I myself go with you. Rise, my child, and walk into it. Declare, "I trust you, Lord," if you believe this word belongs to your life today.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
My words are not reaching you by accident. I speak into your spirit at this exact hour because I know you are ready to hear. This moment carries my design on it. You have waited with a hopeful heart and quiet requests, and the season I set aside for you has now arrived. I have heard what you never said out loud. I've watched the part of your struggle that no one else was allowed to see. Out of all who could have received this word, I chose to bring it to you. As these words settle in, a steadiness will begin to spread through you. The restlessness will loosen its hold. That quiet certainty rising in your chest is my presence. It is a clear sign of the bond between us in this very hour. You may be asking why it would be you, or whether you have earned the right to stand here. Let me answer plainly. My love for you has never shifted, not once, not even in the years you would rather not talk about. I saw every battle you fought without a witness. I saw the hours you kept going when no one asked how you were holding up. Today I step directly into your road, and I bring my strength with me. I have come to show you that I am still doing remarkable things, and that you are not standing outside of them. Do not let doubt cloud what I am bringing forward. This turning point is not a wish you are holding. It is your reality, beginning now. Keep your heart open. Stay near me. Watch what I have purposed for you begin to take shape in front of you. Your season of waiting has closed. The hour I appointed has opened. You are going to see my true nature revealed in ways far larger than the picture you have been carrying. I have always been with you, walking beside you, standing at the edge of every room you thought you entered alone. And I am here now, exactly where your feet are planted. What is moving toward your life is bigger than your mind can hold at this moment. The stretches that felt like nothing was happening were not empty. I was at work in them. I was building something in you that does not crack under pressure. The doors that stayed shut were not my rejection of you. They were my hand across your path. If you could see what waited on the other side of some of them, you would give thanks for every one that would not open. What I have for you is stronger. It is safer. It holds more. And now the hour has come. Do not be surprised by the calm you may feel today, a stillness that is hard to put into words. Do not question the quiet that is settling over your spirit. That is me. I am close around you at this moment. The weight you have carried for so long is beginning to lift. Things that were fastened to you are coming loose while you listen. Fear is losing its grip. Doubt is thinning out. You are stepping into something sacred that I set in motion long before you had any awareness of it. I have spoken quiet truths into you many times, even when you believed they were only your own thoughts. That was me. My voice never stopped. You simply grew used to the noise and stopped separating one sound from another. But my love never paused, and my leading never wavered. Listen carefully now. This hour is holy. Do not rush through it. Do not announce everything to everyone yet. Some sacred matters are best kept in stillness until their proper season. Let me finish what I have started before you begin to speak of it. Let this work take root in quiet ground. I am not passing through your life. I am staying. I am not handing you one favor and stepping back. I am bringing deep change. I am rearranging what needed rearranging, clearing roads, turning your direction. Later you will look back and know that no one else could have done it. Perhaps you have felt small, overlooked, set aside, but I watched your spirit grow in those quiet years. You were kept back because what is coming asks for a steady core, and I let that firmness form in you first. Others may not understand what it costs you just to keep going. They did not see the road. I did. And I honor how you stayed on it. Hear this clearly. What I am bringing will ask for your full trust. It will ask for quiet thought. Not everyone around you will celebrate what I am about to do. Not everyone will understand it. That is acceptable. You are not walking this road for the approval of people. You are walking it with me. You may still feel unsure. You may be wondering whether this truly points at you. My answer is simple. Yes, it does. This is your appointed hour. This is your turning point. The long season of barely getting by is closing behind you, and a season of favor is opening in front of you. New openings are showing themselves. Answers are becoming clear. Help is being provided, and nothing can hold it back. Not your past, not your mistakes. I have spoken it, and what I speak always stands. Your part now is to guard the peace inside you. Stay in conversation with me. Keep your heart ready and your spirit quiet. Let me finish this work. Do not run ahead of it. Do not try to force what I am showing you into being. This is not something you have to chase down. It is something I am carrying to you. You have hauled weights that were never assigned to you. You have kept a steady face on so that others would not worry. But I see the real thing underneath, my beloved, and I value it far above the performance. I am not asking you to be flawless. I am asking you to be honest. Come to me exactly as you are and let me handle everything else. I am not disappointed in you. I am pleased with you, with your steady faith, with your effort in the years when giving up would have been easier. If you believe me, say your amen now. Now let me speak to the fear you have not put into words. The fear that this is one more hope that will thin out and disappear. The fear that if you let yourself believe again, you will be standing in the same disappointment by the end of the month. I know that argument well. I have watched it run through you. But this season is not built like the ones behind you. I am directly involved in it. Your expectation is not foolish. You are leaning on the one who does not fail, and what I have promised is already in motion. There is something I want you to release, and I am asking for it now. Release the idea that good things arrive only so they can be taken back. That is not how I deal with you. I do not hand you something with one hand and reach for it with the other. What I give gladly, because you are mine. Let your heart open all the way again. I know you have kept parts of it closed to keep from being hurt twice. You have real reasons. But I am not entering your life to add to the pile. I am here to make you whole. Let go of the bitterness, including the kind you keep hidden and well managed. Release the quiet resentment toward the ones who wounded you and never came back to make it right. Hand those names to me. I will deal with what needs dealing with. You stay free. Bitterness is a locked door on the inside of your own house. I'm not asking you to pretend nothing happened. I'm asking you to put the memory in my keeping so it stops taking rent from your spirit. You will be surprised by how much room this makes. Your breathing will come easier. You will laugh again. Not because every circumstance turned perfect, but because you finally let me restore what was worn down. Something is coming back to you that hardship tried to dim. A steadiness, a settled kind of gladness that does not rise and fall with the news of the day. It has already started. Even now my presence is resting on you gently, and if you notice a warmth or a quiet loosening in your chest, that is my spirit confirming that I am near. Now let me answer the question you have asked me more than any other. How much longer? There were stretches when nothing appeared to move at all, and you began to wonder if I had stopped listening. Understand this. My timing is not set by what you want soonest. It is set by what will actually hold. I have been working on things you could not see. What looked like a full stop was my hand across the road. What felt like silence was my hand at work in rooms you had no way to enter. Every quiet request reached me. Not one has been misplaced. I have been nearer than you understood, holding your path steady, making certain that when the hour came, the pieces would meet the way they were meant to. And now let me answer the other fear, that you have missed your chance, that your mistakes stacked too high, that my commitment to you finally wore thin. Hear this without arguing. Nothing you have done has reduced my love for you. I do not withdraw what I have promised. My purpose for you has not moved an inch. You stumbled, I stayed. Drop the belief that you must get everything right before my kindness can reach you. That is not the arrangement. What I give reveals who I am. It is not a payment for a flawless record. You have held yourself to standards I never set for you. You decided you had to be spotless before I would act. But I act out of love for you, not out of an accounting of your performance. What I want from you is an open heart, and whatever trust you have, even if it is small. You do not need enormous belief to see great things. You need honest belief. The kind that says, I do not understand all of this, but I am placing my confidence in you anyway. That kind of trust moves what looked immovable, and you have more of it than you give yourself credit for. Your refusal to quit when you were exhausted was faith. Your choice to be kind while you were hurting was faith. The fact that you are still here, still listening for my voice, is the proof. One more thing I want lifted off you. Stop measuring your road against someone else's. Do not look at what I am doing in another life and let it make you question what I am doing in yours. Their road is not your road. I am telling a particular story with your life, shaped for you alone. You are not slow. You are not behind. You are standing exactly where you need to be for the next step I intend to take. Hold on to that, my precious child, and trust me once more. There is something else you should know about the years that felt so heavy. Some of that weight did not come from your circumstances at all. There was opposition working against you, and it was not imagined. The closed roads, the requests that seemed to go unanswered, the strange way progress kept slipping just out of reach. Not all of that was ordinary life. Some of it was arranged. There were those who did not want you to arrive at this hour, because they understood what I placed inside you. They saw the calling before you did. That is why the resistance came so hard and so often, aimed at the exact places where you were most tired. But it did not work. You are still standing, and that alone tells you how close I have been. Say your amen aloud if your heart agrees. I held you in the heat of the forge, and I want you to understand what was happening there. The heavy strikes were not aimed at breaking you. They were shaping an edge that holds under pressure. Metal that has never been worked bends the first time it meets resistance. You do not bend like that anymore. I was not standing at a distance during those years. I was at the anvil. I was making you ready to carry the weight of what I am now placing in your hands. While everything around you was loud, a steady current was moving underneath, and it carried you to this shore. I have set something like iron in the center of your chest. It is a foundation that will not split when the demands of your calling begin. You felt the friction. You have the marks. But the reservoir is unsealing now, and my strength is moving, and you will not be swept away by it. There is a step I am asking of you here, and I ask it plainly, because trust that stays inside the mind has not yet become trust. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Now let me return to what I am doing in you. The work of the forge is finished, and the season of simply enduring has ended. You are a tool of iron in my hand, and iron in my hand is not decoration. It is for building. There is something in front of you that will require every bit of what those years put into you. Stay alert with your spirit awake. Notice what I begin to bring together around you. Watch as I line up conversations, connections, and openings. Some of them will look small at first, so small that you might dismiss them. Do not. Those are the first steps of something much larger. Do not rush and do not grow anxious. What I am building in your life is meant to last. It is not fragile, and it is not temporary. This is a change that reaches down to the roots of who you are. You are not simply going to feel better. You are going to be renewed from the inside out. I want to speak now about something that has troubled you for a long time, and about people whose names you would rather not say. You have sensed for a while that something was not right. Someone smiled at you and something in you tightened, and you had no proof. So you told yourself you were imagining it. You were not imagining it. Your spirit was picking up what your eyes could not confirm. There has been harm arranged against you in quiet, and I have kept a full record of it. Nothing done behind your back escaped my attention. I'm not telling you this to fill you with suspicion. I am telling you because the season of not knowing is over. What was hidden is coming into the open, and it will not come out by your investigation. It will come out because I am bringing it out. Watch how it happens. People will begin to show you who they are without meaning to. Conversations will turn and reveal more than the speaker intended. Old arrangements will not hold. Your own discernment will sharpen until you can feel the difference between someone who brings peace and someone who brings noise, dressed up as concern. That is not fear operating in you. That is understanding, and it is the gift that comes out of what you went through. You paid a price for it, and now you will use it well. There is a particular ache in learning that someone close to you was working against you. It is not only the loss of a person. It is the loss of the version of your life you thought you were living. I know that ache, and I am not asking you to move past it before you have felt it. But do not build a house there. The revealing is not the end of the story. It is the clearing of the ground. Once the false thing is named, the space it occupied belongs to you again, and I intend to fill it with something real. Do not go looking for a fight. Do not spend your strength trying to explain yourself to those who have already decided against you. Do not argue your case in the street. When I step in, you step back. Let me answer what your own heart could never answer well. You are not called to get even. You are called to walk free. My concern is not their punishment. My concern is your safety, and your safety is settled. No weapon shaped against you will finish its work, whether it comes at your provision, your peace, or your household. I want you to hear something else because it matters. What came against you did not come because you were weak. It came because you were carrying something worth stopping. The strong thing draws the attack, not the small thing. They recognized what I placed in you before you recognized it yourself. That is the whole reason for the pressure. It did not come from your failure. It came from your worth. And it did not accomplish what it set out to do. You are standing here. That is the answer to every accusation ever whispered about you. You are standing, and I am the reason, and what I have begun in you no one will undo. Let me tell you what to expect in the days directly ahead, because I do not want you caught off guard by your own answered prayers. Some people are going to move away from your life, and it will happen without an argument. The calls will slow. The invitations will thin. Do not chase after any of it. That is not rejection. That is the air around your life being cleared so that something else can grow in it. Trust the quiet that follows. It is not emptiness. It is room. And I will fill it with people you will recognize by the peace they carry, rather than by how loudly they promise things. You have had enough of loud promises. What comes next will be steadier and far less impressive at first glance, and it will hold. Now hear me carefully, because this next part is where many stumble. Someone who caused you real harm may come back. There will be an apology, or something shaped like one. There will be an explanation, a story about how they were lost at the time, a reminder of how much history you share. Not every apology is repentance. Some are simply a hand on the door to keep it from closing. Be slow to open. Be quick to notice. Your peace is no longer available for the taking. I am not asking you to be cold. I am asking you to be wise. You can wish someone well from a distance and still keep the gate shut. Kindness has never required you to hand over your rest a second time. Do not rebuild what I have taken apart. If I ended something, I ended it on purpose, and putting the pieces back together will only cost you the ground you have gained. Let it go where it is going. Remember Joseph, whom I loved. His own brothers sold him and told his father a lie to cover it, and for years the record showed only their version of events. He went down into a pit, then into a house that was not his, then into a prison for something he did not do. Not one of those places looked like favor from the outside, but I was not absent from any of them. I was setting him in position, and I was letting the true character of every person around him come into the open in its own time. When the famine came, the brothers who sold him stood in front of him asking for bread, and he was the one holding it. I did not require him to take revenge. I did not need him to argue his case or prove what had been done to him. The years spoke for him. His life became the evidence, and their own words condemned them without his help. That is how I work, and I have not changed my methods. What was done to you in the dark will be answered in the open, and you will not have to lift your hand to make it happen. You are not the same one who used to plead to be loved. The part of you that made room for disrespect and called it patience is gone. You are not the one who stays quiet so that everyone else stays comfortable. That season is behind you. Now I want to speak to your thoughts, because that is where the next fight will be, if there is one at all. There are thoughts that rise in you that did not begin with you. Ideas that press in and stay after you have tried to set them down. They tell you that you are less than you are, that this will not last, that you should not have hoped. They are not yours, and you do not have to keep them. There is a real difference between noticing a thought as it goes by and giving it a chair by the fire. Many take in ideas they should have turned away at the door. The part of you that is joined to me cannot sit peacefully with thoughts that cut down your worth. So take part in this deliberately. When a thought arrives that brings dismay, hold it up against the truth of who I am. When guilt returns for something already settled between us, say plainly that your peace is secure with me. When hardship reaches for your throat, call for my nearness, and I will come close. Let go of the belief that some thoughts are simply unavoidable, that you are stuck with a certain kind of mind. That is not true. When you take up this work with understanding and reliance on me, you will find your quiet coming back. And understand my aim in it. I'm not only clearing burdens out of your thinking, I intend to make my dwelling in the exact place those burdens used to sit. Where I live, there is freedom. The part of you that is set loose does not only get quiet, it gets ready for what I have prepared. You are not promised a life without difficulty. Hold that steady so no one can shake you with it later. I never told you the road would be smooth. I told you I would be on it with you, and I have kept that word in every hard season you have survived. The peace I give does not depend on your troubles disappearing. It comes from my presence in the middle of them. That kind of stillness does not rise and fall with the weather. It holds as long as your attention holds. Where you fix your attention changes everything. A spirit that chooses to rest on me, even in a situation that makes no sense, does not get knocked over easily. When your mind takes hold of the truth of who I am, whatever is trying to unsettle you loses its grip. The one who opposes you knows this. That is why the attack is aimed at your feelings rather than your circumstances. He raises questions. He points at possible disasters. He stirs the water so you cannot see the bottom. But as you learn to keep your spirit turned toward me, no wave of feeling can steer you. Your strength deepens each time you choose to trust while the road is still unclear. That is not a mood. It is a decision, made again and again in small moments no one else sees. Honoring me is not a feeling that arrives on good mornings. It is a choice made inside your spirit, and when you make it, the things holding you captive begin to lose their claim. This firmness is built in ordinary days. Connect yourself to the truth of my presence daily, not to gather information but to feed your spirit. Say out loud what is true about me. Let your inner life be a place where you remember who I am rather than a room where you rehearse old wounds. When sorrow comes, let your voice give thanks anyway. When you are unsure, bring the question to me instead of turning it over alone at night. On the days when your feelings are too much to carry, stop everything and rest your heart with me. You do not need to understand every part of this to trust me. You only need to keep turning toward my voice. Your strength will not lift you out of your life. It will hold you steady as you move through it. When your thoughts are set on me, even the hard hours become places where something in you is set free. That quiet inside you also makes you able to see. It clears the air enough for you to recognize the gentle understanding I send, which reaches only those who are not weighed down by constant doubt. My way of seeing goes far past what makes sense to you. When I speak, my aim is not only to hand you instructions, it is to change how you look at everything. Human thinking holds tightly to what it already knows. My leading does not. I loosen old patterns. I soften beliefs that have hardened into walls. I lead you down roads you had written off as impossible, not to confuse you, but to grow you. There will be times when I ask you to do something that looks wrong from where you stand and is right from where I stand. I will ask you to release what someone did to you. I will ask you to be gentle with those who walked away. I will ask you to begin again in a place where beginning looks pointless. What matters is not that you understand every step at the moment I ask. What matters is that you take it. In daily terms, this means you stop resisting the change I am working in you. It means saying, I do not fully grasp this, but I will move the way you are showing me. It means letting go of thoughts and habits that keep your spirit small. I am inviting you into a closeness with me deeper than anything you have known. That deeper connection begins the moment you set down your own vantage point and take up mine. Only in that yielding does your thinking gain real wisdom, because it stops leaning on limited human reasoning and starts to echo the truth of who I am. When your thoughts line up with my leading, my presence becomes unmistakable. There's no room left for the endless questioning that has worn you out. When your thinking agrees with my purpose, the second guessing that has drained you finally quiets down. Now let me speak about your household and the ordinary parts of your life, because I am not only concerned with your inner world. I care about the atmosphere in the place where you sleep. I care about whether the weight of provision keeps you awake. I care about the ones you carry in prayer, the people whose names you say to me when you cannot say them to anyone else. Peace is returning to your dwelling. Not the kind that comes from everything going right, but the kind that settles in and stays even while things are being sorted out. You will notice it first in small ways. A morning that does not begin with dread. An evening where your shoulders come down. Provision is being directed toward you. Doors that were closed for a long stretch are being opened. And the strange thing is that you will not have to force any of them. Some will simply be standing open when you arrive, and you will know that no effort of yours accounts for it. Someone is going to come back into your life carrying something you needed. A word that closes a painful chapter. An answer you stopped expecting. Help from a direction you were not watching. Do not be surprised when it comes without warning. That is how I have often worked. The help arrives from the side you were not defending, from the person you would not have chosen, in the week you had already written off. And I am going to restore what you thought was gone for good. Years you counted as wasted. Opportunities you believed had passed you by. I am able to give back time in ways that make no sense on paper and hold up completely in a life. I will turn your sorrow into gladness. I will fill the empty places in your journey with more than enough. My word on this does not waver, and I do not overstate what I intend to do. You may begin to feel a lightness you cannot explain, old heaviness lifting off without a clear reason. That is not your imagination. That is what happens when something that had a hold on you is made to let go. There is one more thing I want settled between us before we go further. You have wondered in the hardest stretches whether any of it counted. Whether the effort you made in private, the choices no one applauded, the times you did the right thing and got nothing back, added up to anything at all. They counted. Every one of them is on my record, and my record is the one that decides outcomes. Nothing you did in faithfulness has been lost, misplaced, or overlooked, and I am not a poor keeper of what is entrusted to me. You will see the return on it. Not as a wage handed over grudgingly, but as a father who has been waiting for the right moment to hand his child what he has been holding. Let me speak once more to your part in this. Protect what I am building. Be careful whose voices you allow to guide you in this season. Not every word spoken over you comes from me. Some people mean well and still hand you fear. When I speak, you will know it. My leading brings settledness, not confusion. My direction brings stillness, not panic. So if something makes you feel rushed or uneasy or ashamed, stop and bring it to me. I will confirm the right way. I will not leave you guessing. And do not tell everyone everything yet. Some of what I am doing is still taking root, and roots do best in the dark. There will be a right time to speak, and I will make it clear when it comes. Hold your ground while it takes shape. What I begin, I finish. If you believe what I have spoken, let your amen rise now. I want you to understand what this hour is really offering you, because it is larger than a single answered request. This is not one moment of favor handed down and then withdrawn. It is a different way of living alongside me. I am not simply giving you something. I am inviting you into a nearness you have not had before. And that is where the real abundance is. I want to walk with you through the whole of your days, not only appear when the ground gives way beneath you. Too often you have come looking for me only in the hard weeks. But I want your ordinary afternoons as well. When your heart is settled and your hands are still, I still want to be near. My desire is to be glad alongside you, not only to pull you out of trouble. Let your life show what I am like. Let the way you carry yourself be an argument that I am good. There is a wideness to what is coming, more stillness, more understanding, more gladness, more of my nearness, which is the part you will value most once you have tasted it. Now consider what is happening beneath the surface of your life at this moment. Old weights are being lifted. Things built to wear down your spirit are coming apart. What stood against you has been brought into the light, and once something is in the light, restoration follows as naturally as morning follows the dark. You are stepping into a season of renewal, not a patched-up version of the life you had, but a life reset at its foundation. Hear me on this. What is coming to you is not only for you, it will make a road for others. People will see the difference in you and want to know where it came from. Some will ask directly. Some will only watch. Either way, your changed life will speak, and you will be able to say plainly that I did it. So stand firm even while the difficulty is still visible. Stand firm even on the mornings when nothing outward has shifted yet. What I have begun is already moving toward you, and every hour brings it closer. Let me address something delicate now, about how you have handled all of this alone. You learned to manage. You learned to answer that you were fine. You learned to carry your own weight so that no one had to ask twice. That skill kept you alive in a hard season, and I am not going to shame you for it. But that season has closed, and the skill has become a wall. You do not have to hold everything anymore. Set it down in front of me. I am able to handle every question, every worry, every unresolved thing you have been turning over. When your grip loosens, you finally leave room for me to work all the way through. This is what I have been waiting for. Not more effort from you. Your surrender. You have asked me for direction, wanting to know what step to take. Here is my answer. Stay near me. Do not pull back when the quiet comes. Do not doubt me when the timeline runs longer than you planned for. I keep working in the silence, and the silence is not absence. I have never asked for a flawless record from you. I have asked for your whole trust, and there is a difference between the two that most people never learn. Lean on me completely in this moment, and I will do what no one else could do in your situation. You have carried a suspicion somewhere underneath that you were being punished, that something about you drew all of this. Let me put that down for good. You were not cursed. You were chosen, and those two things can look similar from the inside when you are tired. Being chosen does not exempt you from difficulty. It never has. Look at those I called throughout the ages, and you will not find easy lives. You will find people who were carried through impossible ground and came out with something worth handing on. That is your line, my precious child. That is the company you belong to. Not the fortunate, the carried. And when you look back on this stretch of road later, you will not remember it primarily as the years you suffered. You will remember it as the years I proved myself to you. Those are not the same story, though they are made of the same days. So let your spirit rest now. You have held the weight too long, and you have tried to be strong past the point where strength was even the right thing to bring. Now is your hour to receive, to breathe, to walk again, and this time without looking over your shoulder. I am not a visitor here. I am with you in every step, every decision, every conversation ahead. And the next time you feel lost, remember this hour. Remember that I broke into your ordinary day to speak to you directly. Remember that I told you the truth about what was working against you, and then told you it had already failed. Your story is not merely being rewritten, my beloved. It is being raised up. And what you are hearing now is only the opening of it. There's one more thing I want you to hold on to, and then I will tell you what is directly ahead. You are not required to have the whole picture before you take the next step. You never have been. The road opens as you walk it, and it has always opened, even in the years when you could not see 3 days out. Look at what is behind you honestly. You did not have the answers then either, and yet here you are, still standing, still listening, with more strength in you than the version of yourself who started out. That is not luck, and it was not your own doing alone. So take the next step without demanding the full map first. I've not brought you this far to leave you standing at the edge of it. Here is what lies directly in front of you. In the days just ahead, watch for confirmation. It will not always arrive the way you expect. It may come as a dream that stays with you long after you wake, carrying a clarity that dreams do not usually have. It may come as a word from someone who had no way of knowing what you were praying about. You may feel something break loose that had been fastened to you for years, without being able to point to what caused it. Not everything I do announces itself. Watch also for a turn in the road you had not planned for, a change in direction that arrives as a closed door and turns out to be a rescue. Some of what you called your future was beneath what I intend for you, and I am not going to let you settle there out of loyalty to an old plan. Expect relationships that restore rather than drain. You will recognize them by how you feel after the conversation ends. The right people will not require you to shrink, and they will not leave you exhausted from managing them. Expect matters to close that have dragged on for months. A situation you had accepted as permanent will resolve quietly in a shorter time than seems reasonable, and expect to be lifted in ways that do not add up when you explain them to others. That is often how I do it, so that no one, including you, can trace it back to anything but my hand. Do not rush toward any of it. What is coming is not on a schedule you have to catch. It is on mine, and mine has not failed you yet. I want to say something about the years behind you now in closing. You were not out of my sight in any of them. Not in the ones you would tell someone about, and not in the ones you would not. I stayed through the seasons when you stopped talking to me. I stayed when you went quiet out of anger, and when you went quiet out of exhaustion, which is a different thing entirely and which I understood. I did not stand back waiting for you to come to your senses. I stayed in the room. Some of the steadiness you have now was given to you in seasons you thought were wasted, and you will find it in your hands when you need it. So do not carry regret about those years into this new season. That is the one thing I will not let you bring with you. Leave it at the door. It has no place in the house I am building for you. There is something I want you to know about how I see you at this moment, because it is likely different from how you see yourself. You have measured yourself by what you have not accomplished, by the things that fell apart while you were doing your best to hold them. That is the ledger you keep, and you keep it faithfully. I keep a different one. Mine records the morning you got up when there was no reason to. The kindness you gave when you had nothing left. The prayer you said for someone else while your own situation was unresolved. The quiet refusal to become bitter when bitterness would have been understandable. That is what I have been writing down, and it is a longer list than you would guess. When I look at you, I do not see someone who fell behind. I see someone who kept faith in conditions that break most people. Now the life in front of you asks for a different posture than the life behind you. You will not be walking with your guard up all the time. That was necessary once. It is not necessary now. And if you keep it up, it will start to keep good things out along with the bad. Trust me to sort what comes to your door. You will not be explaining yourself constantly. That habit came from years of not being believed, but you have nothing left to prove, and the ones who matter will not require the proof. And you will not be waiting for the other shoe to fall. I know that watchfulness. It kept you braced through hard seasons, and it will tell you it is wisdom. But in this season, it is only a way of refusing to enjoy what I am giving you. Receive it, my beloved. That is your assignment. Receive it fully and without apology, the way a child receives a meal without wondering whether it was deserved. Walk into your ordinary week and let the change show. Let people notice that something in you is settled. Let the atmosphere in your dwelling shift because you brought a different spirit through the door. Be generous with what I give you. What flows through open hands keeps flowing. What gets gripped tightly starts to stop. Be honest about what you have come through when someone needs to hear it. Your account of these years will be the bridge somebody else crosses. Not the polished version, the true one, including the part where you almost gave up and did not. And when difficulty comes again, because it will come, remember what you learned in this hour. It is not evidence that I have left. It is not a sign that the promise failed. It is simply the road, and I am on it with you exactly as I have been. You will not face the next hard thing the way you faced the last one. You will face it with something in you that has already been tested, and with a memory of this hour to steady you. So rise now. Rise with clarity. Rise with your heart guarded and your hands open. The season of barely holding on has closed behind you, and I am not sending you back into it. What is coming will be bright enough that the difficulty behind you will lose its power to define you. It will still be part of your story. It will no longer be the title of it. I have spoken this over your life. I do not speak in order to fill the silence. What I say, I do. You are held. You are seen. You are known completely, and you are loved without condition. And none of that depends on your performance tomorrow. Go and live it, my precious child. I am ahead of you, behind you, and beside you on the road. And now, before you go, let your amen be the seal on everything I have spoken today.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
Stop. Set down everything you are carrying for the next few minutes and stay here with me. The list of things waiting on you, the questions circling your mind, the worry that follows you from room to room. Set it down for now. I am not here to add more noise to your day. I am here to speak to the one place inside you that has been waiting, quietly and patiently, for a long time. I know exactly where you are. I know the weight pressing on your shoulders before you even open your eyes in the morning. I know the questions you carry that you have never said out loud to another soul. I know the fear you hide behind a steady voice and a calm face. None of it is hidden from me. None of it ever was. This moment did not find you by accident. I am not speaking to everyone today. I am speaking to you, in this exact place, at this exact hour, because I have something to say that your spirit has been waiting to hear. Do not rush through these words. Do not let your mind wander toward the next task before this one is finished. Let what I am saying settle into the deep places where your real decisions are made. There is something stirring inside you right now, and you feel it even when you cannot name it. It rises in the quiet hour before the day begins, and it returns again at night, when the noise finally fades and your heart has nowhere left to hide. It is a restlessness, a pressure, a sense that something is unfinished. You have tried to outrun it by staying busy. You have tried to bury it under tasks and conversations and the small distractions of an ordinary day, but it keeps returning, doesn't it? That is not your imagination working against you. That is my voice, refusing to let you settle for less than what I have for you. I am not willing to quietly let you miss what is on the other side of the step you keep avoiding. My beloved, hear this clearly. There are seasons when waiting is exactly right. I have called you into stillness before. I have hidden you away in quiet places where no one else could see, and I did some of my deepest work in you there. I deepened your roots in those hidden years so that when the wind came, you would not fall. I shaped your heart in the dark and refined what mattered most. Those seasons were never wasted. They were holy, and they were mine. But the season you are standing in now is not one of those seasons. This is not a season of waiting. This is a season of movement. I have already done the building. I have already done the shaping. And now I am asking you to take what I placed inside you and use it. The restlessness you feel is not confusion. It is a calling. The discomfort you cannot shake is not a warning. It is proof that you have outgrown the ground you have been standing on. You were not meant to stay there forever. You were meant to move, and it is time. Think of a seed resting beneath the soil. For a long time, nothing is visible. The ground looks empty and undisturbed, as though nothing is happening at all. But underneath, the roots are reaching deeper. Life is building in the dark, unseen and unhurried. And then comes the moment the seed can no longer stay buried. It breaks open. It pushes upward toward the light, even though breaking open costs the seed everything it has. That moment of breaking is never comfortable. It was never meant to be. But it is necessary, because no seed was ever created to stay buried forever. It was created to rise and become something alive, something that feeds the ground around it. You are that seed, my child. I have been growing roots in you that run deeper than you know. I have been preparing something real inside you in the hidden place. And now I am calling you upward. Not because rising will be easy, but because rising is what you were made for. You were not made to stay buried in the ground of your own hesitation. You were made to grow, to break open, and to bear fruit that blesses every life that touches yours. You already sense what I am asking you to do. I did not write it in the sky for you to find. I placed it quietly in your thoughts, in the pressure on your heart, in the idea that keeps returning when everything else goes silent. Maybe it is a decision you have been circling for months. Maybe it is a conversation that needs your honesty. Maybe it is a hope you buried because someone once told you it was too much for someone like you. Whatever it is, I placed it there on purpose. I am precise. I do not act by accident, so stop looking away from it. Look at it directly. Bring it into the light before me, and be honest about why you have been avoiding it. I am not asking you to be afraid of what I am about to say. I am asking you to be ready to receive it, because what I have for you is not a burden. It is the very thing your heart has been longing to carry. Hear me now. The waiting is over. I am not asking you to have it all figured out before you move. I am asking you to trust me enough to take the next step even without the whole picture in front of you. That is what faith has always looked like. Not certainty, trust. And I am with you in every step of it, from the smallest act of courage to the very end. Say, I hear you, if these words are reaching your spirit in this moment. Now let us talk honestly about why you have been delaying. It is not always because you are being careful or wise. Sometimes, if you are willing to admit it, the reason is fear. And fear is clever. It rarely says, "I am afraid." It puts on nicer clothes. It calls itself patience. It calls itself discernment. It says, "I am just waiting for more clarity," when what is really happening is fear sitting quietly on the throne of your decisions, wearing a costume so convincing you stopped questioning it long ago. I am not angry with you for being afraid. I know your history. I know the moments you were brave and it cost you. I know the times you trusted and were let down, the times you stepped forward and the ground did not feel as solid as you hoped. I was there for every one of them. I watched the walls go up around your heart, one brick at a time, until stepping forward began to feel like stepping into danger. But hear me, beloved. I did not bring you this far to let fear write the rest of your story. The walls you built to protect yourself have also been keeping out the very things I have been trying to give you. I do not want you to live inside that fortress forever. I want to lead you out. I want to heal what is still sore in you and restore what was broken. But that healing rarely happens while you stay hidden. Sometimes courage comes after the step, not before it. Sometimes confidence is built in the doing, not in the waiting until you feel ready enough to begin. Some of what you have been avoiding is not even large. It only feels large because you have carried it in silence for so long. A decision left unmade, a truth left unspoken, a boundary you keep promising yourself you will set tomorrow. None of these things need a miracle to begin. They only need your yes. I am not asking for a perfect plan. I am asking for one honest step, taken today, in the direction I have already shown you. I also need to speak to the comparison you have been making. You have been seeing others move forward, start things, say the brave thing you have been too afraid to say. And instead of it inspiring you, it has been shrinking you. You tell yourself they have something you do not. More confidence, more talent, some extra portion of grace that skipped over you. But hear this clearly. Most of the people you are comparing yourself to are not moving because they have more than you. They are moving because they decided to stop waiting until they felt ready. That is the only difference. Not gifting, not anointing, a choice. And you are just as capable of making that same choice today. What I have placed inside you carries your name and no one else's. It is shaped by your story, your voice, your pain, your particular way of seeing the world. No one else can carry what I built in you, and no one else can do it the way you were made to do it. When you sit on the sidelines telling yourself someone else is more qualified, you are not being humble. You are believing a lie that keeps you small in a life I designed to be wide and full. So stop measuring your steps against someone else's stride. Bring your eyes back to what I placed in your own hands. That is where your attention belongs. Let me tell you about a river. When a river flows, it is alive. Fish swim in it. Birds drink from it. Everything near it is touched by its movement. But when a river is blocked, the water collects in one place. It grows still, then cloudy, then lifeless. What was once a source of life for everything around it becomes something nothing wants to come near. You were made to flow like that river, not to sit still until you grow stagnant. I put life inside you so it would move outward, touch other lives, and carry hope into ground that has been waiting for exactly what you carry. When fear or delay blocks what I intended to move through you, something inside you begins to feel exactly like that stagnant water, heavy, dull, and far from the fullness you remember. That heaviness is not a mystery. It is simply the sign that you were made to flow, and you have been standing still. So today I am asking you to remove the blockage. Open the places where you have been holding back. Let what I placed inside you start moving again, going somewhere, doing what it was always meant to do. The moment you do, you will feel that aliveness returning, that sense of being fully yourself again, fully in step with the one who made you. Hear this too. The flow does not wait for circumstances to become perfect. A river does not pause until every rock in its path is removed. It moves, and then it carves its way around what stands in front of it. It moves, and the moving itself shapes the ground it travels through. That is how I work with you. I am not waiting for your life to become smooth before I use you. I am asking you to start moving so that together we can shape the path as you go. Think back to the moments in your life when you felt most alive. Were they the safest, most guaranteed moments, or were they the ones that asked the most of your trust? Most people, when they are honest, discover that their most alive moments were never the safest ones. They were the moments that required walking toward something uncertain because I was calling. I do not meet you only on the comfortable shore. I meet you in the walk across the water, not in the security of knowing every detail in advance, but in the steady act of trusting the one who already does. I am inviting you back to that place today, back to the place where your heart is fully engaged, because you are fully trusting. Back to the place where every ordinary morning carries real weight, because you are moving with me towards something that truly matters. Declare, I receive this, if your heart is open to what I am building in you. Now let us talk about who you are, because underneath every delay, every hesitation, every fear of failing, there is a deeper question quietly running in the background. Am I really someone worth using for something this meaningful? Am I truly capable, worthy, equipped for what I sense I am being called to? And if I step forward and it falls apart, what will that say about me? That question about your worth is one of the heaviest weapons used against your obedience. When you are not settled in who I say you are, every risk feels like a test of your value. Every step forward feels like a trial you might fail, one that could prove something terrible about your worth. So you protect yourself. You stay where it is safe, because staying back at least means no one can prove you unworthy of the assignment. It feels like wisdom. It is actually a prison built from a lie. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you, into the harvest I am preparing. Hear this truth now, and let it settle into the very foundation of how you see yourself. Your worth was never attached to your performance. Your value was never determined by your success rate. Your identity was settled before you took a single step, before you were even born, written into existence by the one who made you and called you his own. You are loved not because of what you do, but because of whose you are. That does not change with outcomes. It is fixed. It is eternal. It is more secure than anything the world can offer you or take from you. So when fear whispers that failing now would prove you were never really called, never really gifted, never really who you hoped you were, you have an answer. Your worth is not on the table when you take this step. Your identity is not at risk when you obey. You are not stepping forward to prove something to anyone. You are stepping forward to trust the one who already knows exactly who you are. When that truth becomes real in you, Not just something you know in your head, but something settled deep in your spirit. Everything shifts. The risk no longer carries the same terrifying weight. Failure stops being the worst thing that could happen, because failure does not define you. Rejection still hurts, but it no longer devastates, because your worth was never in the hands of the one doing the rejecting. And obedience becomes lighter, easier, more natural, because you are no longer carrying the impossible weight of proving your existence through your results. You are simply saying yes to me from a place of security in who I say you are. Let that settle in you right now. Let it go deep. You are my child. You are loved. You are called. You are equipped. Not because you earned it, but because I chose you. And what I choose, I equip. What I equip, I cover. And what I cover, I carry through to completion. You are not in this alone. You never have been, and you never will be. My beloved, I also want to speak to something practical about the way I lead you. Because one of the things that keeps people stuck for a long time is a misunderstanding about how much clarity I give before I ask them to move. You imagine that if I were truly calling you to something, I would make it so unmistakable there would be no room left for doubt. You expect a clear and final answer, a complete map, before you feel free to take the first step. But that is rarely how I work with the ones I love. Think of Abraham. I told him to leave his country, his people and his father's household, and go to the land I would show him. Not the land I was already showing him in full detail, but the land I would show him along the way. He did not receive the whole address before he started walking. He received an instruction and a promise, and then he had to move before the rest was revealed. He went, not knowing where he was going. That is faith. That is the kind of trust I still honor today, and it is the kind of trust I am asking from you. I rarely give you the whole map at once, because I know that if you had it, you might try to walk it without needing me at every step. The partial clarity you have been waiting to outgrow is not a withholding. It is an invitation to stay close. It is my way of making sure you keep your hand in mine, because you need my voice for each next step. The walking together matters as much as the arriving, maybe more. So stop waiting for the complete picture before you move. Take the next step with the clarity you already have, because the step after that will only become visible once you are standing where the first one leads. I reveal the road as you walk it, and the only way to see what comes next is to keep moving toward me. This is also why the uncertainty you have been waiting to disappear is probably not going to disappear before you move. That uncertainty is not a warning sign. It is the normal texture of faith. It is what it feels like to trust someone with information you do not yet have. I am perfectly trustworthy with that information. I have never once been wrong. I have never once been late. I have never once led someone forward in genuine trust and then abandoned them in the middle of the road. My record is perfect, and your trust can rest on that record even when your feelings are not yet settled. My child, let us speak now about time, because what looked like a delay in your life was never a denial. I was working even when you could not see it. You thought the door stayed shut because I had forgotten you. I had not. I was arranging things on the other side of that door that you could not yet carry, people who were not ready, timing that had not yet lined up, pieces that needed to fall into place before you walked through. Every season that felt wasted to you was a season I was still moving in. Think of a field left lying fallow for a time. To anyone passing by, it looks abandoned. Nothing is growing. Nothing seems to be happening at all. But the ground is resting, and rest is not the same as neglect. The soil is recovering its strength so that what is planted next will not wither under shallow roots. I have let parts of your life lie fallow on purpose, not because I lost interest in the harvest, but because I was protecting the ground that harvest would need. There is also a foundation being laid right now in ground you cannot see. You know how it works when something is being built. The parts that take the longest, the parts that require the most careful work, are the parts buried beneath the surface, the parts no one will ever see or admire once the building stands. But without them, nothing above the ground could hold. I have been doing exactly that kind of work in you. Long, quiet, unseen labor, laid deep enough that what I build on top of it will not shake when the storms come looking for a reason to knock it down. So let peace settle into the place where panic has been living. You do not have to understand every piece of the timeline to trust the one who is keeping it. You do not have to see the whole structure to trust the foundation being laid. Peace is not the absence of unanswered questions. Peace is the presence of a steady hand you have decided to trust, even while the questions remain. I am that steady hand. I have never once dropped what I was carrying for you, and I am not going to start now. Now let us talk about the people around you, because sometimes the reason you delay obedience is not only internal. Sometimes it is relational. Maybe there are people in your life who, when you shared something stirring in you, answered with doubt or a long practical list of every reason it would not work. Their words mixed with your own doubts and built a quiet case for why staying safe was the wise and responsible thing to do. Or maybe there are people you are afraid to disappoint, people whose approval has carried more weight in your decisions than it should have. A parent, a spouse, a close friend whose opinion feels like it holds the final vote on your life. You have been living inside an invisible enclosure built from the fear of their disapproval, and you have mistaken that enclosure for wisdom. I see all of that, and I do not minimize it. The people you love matter to me too. I made you for relationship, for community, for connection. That is not weakness. But I also made you with a calling that no other person can fully see or validate from the outside. And there will be moments when what I ask of you will not make sense to the people standing closest to you. There will be moments when your obedience requires disappointing someone you love. In those moments, you have to decide gently but clearly who you are ultimately living for. I am not asking you to be unkind or dismissive toward the people in your life. I am asking you to stop giving their opinions a seat that only I was ever meant to hold. The ones who truly love you and want what is best for you will come to understand eventually, even if they cannot see it yet. And even where they never fully understand, you will stand before me one day, and I will not ask whether your decisions made sense to everyone around you. I will ask whether you trusted me enough to obey. So release the grip other people's opinions have had on your decisions, not with bitterness, not with pride. Release it with the quiet confidence of someone who finally knows who they are living for. Let the fear of disappointing people take its proper place, far behind the simple joy of pleasing me, and walk forward in that freedom. Some of the people closest to you will become your loudest encouragers once they see the fruit of your obedience, simply because they could not see what I was doing while it was still hidden. That is not their failure or yours. It is simply the nature of unseen work. Fruit convinces in ways that explanation never can, and I am far more interested in growing real fruit in your life than I am in winning an argument on your behalf before the harvest comes. But I also want to be honest with you. Some people will not come around, no matter how much fruit grows. Some relationships are built on you staying exactly where you are, predictable and small and easy to manage. When you grow, when you change, When you finally say yes to what I have been asking of you, certain people will feel that growth as a kind of threat, even if they never say so out loud. That is not a reason to shrink back. It is simply the cost of becoming who I made you to be, and I will be with you on both sides of that cost, comforting what is lost and filling what grows in its place. I want you to notice something about the ones you carry in prayer. Your obedience does not only shape you, it shapes the path they walk beside you on. When you live free instead of afraid, when you move instead of stall, you give the people you love permission to do the same. You become proof, simply by living it, that a life surrendered to me is not a smaller life. It is a fuller one. What you give them costs you nothing but your willingness to walk forward. Now I want you to hear something important about where you have been. I do not waste anything. Not the hard seasons, not the painful chapters, not the mistakes you have carried like stones in your pocket, not the years that felt like they went in circles. None of it was wasted. None of it was outside my ability to redeem. And none of it was beyond my power to turn into something that serves your story and ultimately serves the purposes I have for you. The years you feel you lost to fear and delay are not outside my redemption. I can take everything that happened in those years, every hesitation, every circling, every almost moment, and weave it into something that adds real depth to your calling instead of leaving it as a gap in your story. The pain you walked through is not disqualifying you from what I have for you. It is quietly qualifying you in ways you cannot yet see, because the people who will need what you carry most are often the ones who need someone who has actually been through something real. Someone who understands from the inside. Someone who has not only heard about the valley but has walked through it. Your history is not a liability. It is part of your equipment. The very things you are most tempted to hide, the seasons you are most embarrassed by, the failures you wish you could erase, those might be the very parts of your story that make what you carry most needed. Broken people do not need a perfect messenger. They need a real one. They need someone who has wrestled, who has doubted and come back, who has fallen and gotten back up, who has been afraid and moved anyway. That is the kind of testimony that changes a life, and that is the kind of story I have been writing in you through everything you have walked through. I want to tell you something about restoration, because it is not the same as starting over. Starting over erases what came before and begins again from nothing. Restoration is different. Restoration takes what was broken and makes it whole again, scars and all, and then uses those very scars as proof of what I can do with a life that was willing to keep trusting me. I am not in the business of pretending your wounds never happened. I am in the business of redeeming them, of making them part of the testimony rather than something you have to hide to be useful to anyone. Think about how a bone heals after it breaks. The place where it mends often becomes stronger than the bone around it, not weaker. I work the same way in hearts. The places in you that broke and then healed under my hand are not your weakest places anymore. They have become some of the strongest, because they carry both the memory of the wound and the proof of the mending. People who are still standing after being knocked down carry a kind of authority that people who have never been tested simply do not have. And that authority is part of what I want to move through you now. So stop looking at your past as something you must overcome before I can use you. Start looking at it as something I have already been using to shape you into exactly what the people I am sending you to most need. Your past is part of your purpose. Your pain is part of your preparation. And every chapter of the story I have written in you, even the ones you wish were different, is exactly what I need you to carry forward. I also want to speak to the atmosphere of your life right now, because something happens in the unseen places when you keep choosing delay over obedience. It is not punishment. It is simply the natural weight of misalignment. When you keep telling me not yet to what I have already said yes to, the air around your life begins to feel heavy, cloudy, congested, as though everything takes more effort than it should. Doors that should open feel stuck. Conversations that should flow feel awkward. Plans that should come together keep meeting resistance for no clear reason. Sometimes you have called that heaviness opposition. Sometimes it is. But sometimes, quietly, it is simply the accumulated weight of unresolved obedience, the spiritual residue of things I asked for that I did not yet receive. And the same way your delay creates that heaviness, your obedience lifts it. When you finally say yes to what I have been asking, when you take the step you have been avoiding, when you bring your actions into line with my instruction, something shifts. Not always dramatically, not always visible to the natural eye, but there is a clearing, a lightness, a sense that what was blocked has begun to move again. You have felt that shift before. You know the difference between the peace that comes from genuine obedience and the numbness that comes from avoidance. You know the difference between a heart that is truly at rest and a heart that has simply stopped listening because listening had grown too uncomfortable. I'm inviting you back into alignment today, not through striving, not through trying harder, or finally getting yourself together through sheer effort, but through the simple, clean, powerful act of saying yes. That alignment is the doorway to the atmosphere you have been longing for. That is where the heaviness lifts, the peace returns, and the momentum begins again. You do not have to manufacture that lightness yourself. It comes naturally, the moment your will lines up with mine, the way light naturally fills a room the instant a door swings open. State, I trust you if you believe this word belongs to your life right now. My child, I want to speak to you now about time in a way you may not have considered before. You know, in your mind, that life is short. You have heard it said many times, and you have nodded along to it. But I wonder if it has truly settled into the deep places of your heart in a way that changes how you make decisions on an ordinary day. There is a difference between knowing something in your head and carrying it as a living truth in your heart. Time is precious, not in a worn-out way, but in a real, practical, urgent way. Every day that passes does not come back. Every season carries opportunities that were uniquely available within it and nowhere else. The person you could speak to today may not be in the same place of openness tomorrow. The door cracked open right now may be closed by the time you finally feel ready to walk through it. The season of influence you are standing in will not last forever in exactly this shape. I am not trying to frighten you with this truth. I'm trying to wake a holy urgency in you that moves you away from comfortable postponement and toward intentional living. I want you to look at your days differently, holding each one with a kind of grateful attention that says, "This day matters. What I do today carries real weight, and I want to live it with purpose." That does not mean living in anxiety or constant pressure. It means being a good steward of the hours I give you. It means being present to what I am asking of you today, instead of always living for an imagined future that will never arrive in exactly the form you picture it. One of the most freeing things you could ever do is decide to live fully in the present day, not tomorrow's version of yourself, where every fear is gone and every question is answered. Right now, with the faith you currently carry, with the gifts you currently hold, with the courage that is available to you in this very moment if you choose to reach for it, in the life you are actually living, not the one you keep waiting to begin. There is something else I want you to understand about your obedience. It was never only about you. When I place a calling on a life, it is not for that person's benefit alone. It is for everyone that calling was meant to touch. There are people right now, some you have already met, and some you have not yet met, who are waiting for what you carry. There are people stuck in the very place you were stuck before I brought you through it. People sitting in a darkness you have already walked out of. People carrying questions your story already holds the answer to. People who feel entirely alone in something you understand from the inside, because you have lived it. Every day you delay your obedience is another day those people wait without what they need. Another day they remain stuck in something you could help them move through. Another day they feel alone in something you could help them carry. Does that change how you see your hesitation? Sometimes the most powerful reason to obey is not about you at all. Sometimes you need to stop thinking only of your own fear and start thinking about the people standing on the other side of your yes. Your assignment is connected to other people's breakthroughs. Your willingness to step forward creates a path for others to follow behind you. Your obedience is not only personal, it ripples outward in ways you will never be able to fully track or measure, touching the ones you carry in prayer and many you will never even meet. That is exactly why I keep bringing it back to you. I can see what your yes will do in the earth, and I know it is too important to leave sitting on the table. Think of the turning of seasons, how winter never argues with spring. It simply gives way when its time is finished. There is an appointed turning coming in your life, a shift from the season you have been standing in toward the one I have already prepared for you. You do not have to force that turning by striving. You only have to stop resisting it. Let what has run its course finish running, and let what I am bringing next begin to rise in its place. The turning is not something you manufacture. It is something you walk into, the same way you walk from one room into another simply by moving forward. I also want you to think about a desert crossing, because some of you have felt like you have been wandering for a long time without arriving anywhere. The desert feels endless when you are inside it, the same stretch of ground repeating itself day after day, until you start to wonder if you are moving at all. But a desert is not a place I send you to lose you. It is a place I cross with you on the way to somewhere else, a place where you learn to depend on bread that falls fresh every morning instead of bread you stored up yourself. A place where your trust in my provision becomes the very thing that prepares you for what is waiting on the other side of the sand. If you are in a desert season right now, hear me clearly. The crossing has a far side. You will not wander forever. Every step you take, even the ones that feel repetitive and unremarkable, is carrying you closer to the edge of it, even on the days when the horizon looks exactly the same as it did yesterday. I have not lost track of you in the sand. I am walking every mile of it with you, and I know precisely where the desert ends. So hold today with both hands. Do not let it slip past you unattended while you wait for a more convenient one to arrive. The harvest you are hoping for is not hiding in some distant, more comfortable future. It is hidden inside the ordinary obedience available to you right now, today, in the life you are actually living. My child, let us talk about endurance, because beginning is one thing, but continuing is another. Some of you have started before. You took that brave first step, and then something happened that was harder than you expected. A setback, a disappointment, a moment where it did not work the way you hoped. And that became the moment you pulled back, and the pause became permanent. What was meant to be a momentary regrouping became a full withdrawal. Now you are here again, feeling my invitation rise once more, feeling that familiar stirring, and part of you wants to respond, but another part remembers the last time. and that memory makes saying yes again feel harder than it should. I want to speak to that place in you today. I honor that you tried before, and I honor the courage it took. I was there when it got hard. I saw you stumble, and I am not asking you to pretend it did not hurt. But the setback was not the end of the story. The stumble was not a disqualification. It was part of the journey, teaching you what you needed to know, and removing what would have hindered you later. This time is different, not because the circumstances are guaranteed to be easier, but because you are different. You carry more now than you carried the last time you tried. You have been shaped by what you walked through, and that shaping is exactly what this next season needs from you. So do not let the memory of a previous stumble become the reason you never fully try again. Get back up. Step forward again. Let the history of what you survived become the very testimony that fuels your next chapter. Now hear me on something practical, something small that has quietly stolen more dreams than almost anything else. The word tomorrow. It sounds so innocent. It sounds like a friend giving you relief without requiring anything from you. It lets you agree with me in your heart without ever having to move your feet. And that is exactly why it is so dangerous. Every time you tell yourself you will do it tomorrow, you make a small agreement with delay. And once you make that agreement, it becomes easy to make it again, until tomorrow becomes your default answer to anything that requires courage. Then one day you look up, and months or years have passed, and the thing I placed in front of you is still sitting exactly where it was, untouched, unclaimed, waiting. I do not want that to be your story, full of almosts, all the times you were almost ready, almost brave enough, almost willing to trust. That word, almost, is one of the saddest words in the life of faith, because it means you stood at the edge of something real and let it slip away. Today is the day that pattern ends, not because every fear has gone silent, but because I am asking, and my grace is available to you today, not only tomorrow. Real faith rarely looks like the picture you have carried in your mind, the confident smile, the unshaken certainty that everything will work out exactly right. Real faith often feels like stepping off a ledge in the dark, hoping the ground is closer than it seems. It feels like speaking while your voice is still shaking, moving while your hands still tremble, starting while your mind is still full of questions. What makes it faith is not how steady you feel. What makes it faith is who you are trusting. If your yes is directed toward me, it counts, even if your knees are weak and your heart is racing twice its normal speed. I rarely come the way you expect. I did not come to one of my prophets in the earthquake or in the fire, but in a still, small voice after the noise had finally passed. I did not call my first followers from a throne room or a temple court. I found them by the shore, mending nets, going about an ordinary day, and I simply said, "Follow me." And they left what they were holding and walked after me. The call rarely arrives with thunder. Most of the time it comes as a quiet nudge, a thought that keeps returning, an ordinary next step that does not feel dramatic enough to be from heaven. Do not dismiss it for being small. Some of the greatest things I have ever done in the earth began with someone obeying a very small instruction. So here is what I am asking you to do before you do anything else once these words end. Take a few minutes. Sit quietly before me. Ask me one honest question. What is the one step I have been asking you to take that you have been avoiding? Not 5 steps, not a whole list, just one, the one that has been waiting the longest. Then listen. When I show you, make it specific. Give it a moment in your day and do it. Today if you can, this week if not today. Let this be the day something in your life actually changed. The life I have for you is not a distant dream waiting in some far-off, more convenient future. It is available now, on the other side of the obedience you have been postponing, and it is richer and fuller than the life you have been living in the shadow of your delay. I have been calling you toward it for a long time, and today, once more, I am asking you, will you say yes? Not almost yes. Not yes, but later. A real yes, the kind that moves your feet and lifts your hands toward what I have already shown you. Rise, my beloved. The season of staying still has passed, and the season of movement is here. I am with you. My strength is sufficient. My love does not change with your performance, and everything you need for the next step is already placed inside you by the one who designed you for exactly this moment. Take the step, move forward, and discover, as so many before you have discovered, that the God who calls you is also the God who carries you, every single step of the way, from this moment until the very last one. Speak Amen now if you are ready to rise and to walk forward with me. And I want to address something you have not spoken aloud to anyone. The version of you that you perform for the world, capable, composed, moving through your days with enough competence to avoid suspicion, that version is exhausting you. You have worn it so long you have nearly forgotten it is a costume. I am not asking you to tear it off in front of everyone. I am simply asking you to stop wearing it when you are alone with me. You do not have to arrive at my feet with anything assembled. Bring the unfinished version. Bring the version that does not know what comes next. That is precisely the one I am asking to step forward, because polished people are not what this season requires. This season requires someone willing to be seen as they actually are, and trusted enough to move anyway. That is available to you right now.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
Stop for a moment, my child. Whatever your hands are holding, let it rest. Because what I am about to tell you will change the way you see everything you have walked through. While I was preparing this word for you, I paused over your life. Something I saw in you made all of heaven grow quiet. Not something you planned. Not something you did to be admired. Something that rose out of you so naturally that you never guessed the weight it carried in the unseen world. I want you to hear this in stillness, because it will not settle into a hurried heart. This is not a word for a crowd. It is for you alone, the one whose heart is beating a little faster right now without knowing why. Your spirit recognizes my voice even while your mind is still deciding whether to believe. That quiet stirring you feel is not these words placing something new inside you. It is my spirit confirming what you have sensed for days. Let me tell you what I saw. Not long ago, you passed through one of the hardest stretches of your road. Something came against you that seemed designed to break you. The wrong done to you was real. It was not imagined, and it was not small. The person who hurt you gave you every reason to answer in kind. Anyone who knew the whole story would have understood if you had turned cold or cruel, or simply walked away. In that moment, your own nature was shouting at you. It told you to repay what you had received. It told you to defend yourself, to expose them, to let the fire in your chest have its way. Every reasonable voice inside you argued for anger, and anger would have been easy to excuse. But something deeper in you chose another road. You held your tongue when a single sentence could have wounded them. You covered them when you could have laid their failure bare before others. You stayed and tried again when leaving would have cost you nothing in the eyes of anyone. You answered a real injury with a real mercy, and heaven does not pass over a thing like that. Hear me carefully, because I want you to understand why this mattered so much. Hearts tend to move in patterns, and those patterns have not changed since the beginning. Wound a person, and they grow hard. Betray them, and they reach for revenge. Treat them unjustly, and bitterness takes the empty chair at their table. This is the ordinary way of flesh, and I am not surprised by it. I have seen it in every generation. But once in a great while, a soul does something that breaks the pattern. A soul answers darkness with light, not because a crowd is looking on, but because of what lives in them. When that happens, it is not a small event in my sight. It moves me. And you, my child, made one of those moments happen. Understand, this is not about survival. Many people endure hardship through stubbornness or because they have no other choice, and I am gentle with them too. But what you did was different. You were struck and you blessed. You were wronged and you refused to become wrong yourself. You proved that what surrounds you does not get to decide what comes out of you. That is rare. Most souls can be read like the weather. Be kind to them and they warm. Be harsh with them and they turn to frost. Their insides rise and fall with whatever the day brings them. But you showed that nothing done to you has the power to turn you into someone you were never meant to be. Your character held from the inside, in the dark, under pressure, with no reward in sight. And here is what you could not have known. No audience stood near you in that moment. You were not performing for anyone, on earth or above it. You were simply being who you are when no one is looking. That is exactly why it carried such weight. A kindness rehearsed for onlookers is a shallow stream. A kindness that flows when the heart believes itself unseen comes from the deep places, and the deep places are where I look first. I searched your recent days the way a father reads a letter from a child he loves, slowly, missing nothing. I saw the battles inside you that no other living soul knows about. I saw the words you swallowed. I saw the nights you talked yourself out of bitterness one more time. I saw the mornings you rose and chose gentleness again with no evidence that it was working. Each of those choices was recorded. Not one of them fell to the ground. And I will tell you what I said over you in that hour, so you can carry it for the rest of your days. I said, this one reminds me why I made the human heart. Think slowly about that. The one who spoke light into being, who set the stars in their courses and measured the waters in the hollow of his hand, looked at your hidden choices and was moved. Even my messengers, the mighty ones who stand in my presence and carry out my commands, cannot do what you did. They serve me while beholding my glory. Obedience costs them little, for they live in the full light of what is true. But you serve me from behind a veil. You cannot see my face. You chose mercy without proof that mercy would win. You kept faith in the dark, where faith actually costs something. That is a glory the angels themselves stop to consider. So before I say anything more, I want you to receive this one truth and let it stand. You did not find this word by accident. I arranged this hour. I guarded it so that nothing would pull you away, because what I still have to say to you carries both a promise and a hard word, and you will need to hear them together. If you know somewhere beneath all your doubts that this word has found the right heart, then speak your amen to me now softly, as a child answers a father in the dark. Now let me show you something you have never been able to see, the part of your story that unfolded beyond your sight. Because when you chose kindness over righteous anger, you did not simply do a good deed. You struck a blow in a battle you did not even know you were fighting. There is a reason darkness presses so hard against a soul like yours. Its aim has never been merely to hurt you. Its aim is to change you. Every attack you have endured carried the same hidden purpose: to pull you down into bitterness, to teach your heart to hate, to make you answer poison with poison. For when a soul returns evil for evil, it steps out from under my covering and begins to move by the very power that seeks its ruin. That has been the strategy against you from the first day. But when you answered the attack with blessing, you overturned the whole scheme. Malice was sent toward you, and it found nothing in you to grip. Where love stands its ground, ill will cannot take root. It returns to the one who sent it. What was meant to wound you circled back upon its source, and you never lifted a hand. You disarmed your enemies with the one weapon they have no answer for. And here is what moved me even more deeply. This was not a trick you learned or a discipline you rehearsed. It rose from your nature. You are, at the root of you, merciful. Under pressure that would have soured most hearts, with almost no one standing beside you, mercy is simply what came out. When you were crushed, what spilled from you was not venom. That told me everything about what has been growing in you through all these hidden years. Then I looked further back across your road, and I found something that pleased me more than any single act could. A pattern. Your kindness in that hard moment was not a lonely island. Again and again, across seasons no one celebrated, you have chosen the harder right over the easier wrong. You told the truth when a lie would have been safe and unseen. You kept your word when keeping it cost you. You showed patience to people who never understood what it cost you, and may never thank you. You have been living like one of my chosen ones without knowing you were doing it. No applause, no certainty that any of it mattered. No sign in the sky telling you to continue. You did what was right for no other reason than that it was right, in small matters and in costly ones, when anyone would have excused you for less. That kind of steadiness, held over years and in secret, is the mark I search the whole earth to find. It is what separates a soul I can bless from a soul I can trust. So let me now open your eyes to what has already begun shifting around you, because heaven's regard is never idle. My favor moves. It leaves evidence. And when you learn to recognize the evidence, you will stop calling it coincidence. Consider first what has been happening to the schemes against you. Think back over these recent weeks. There were those who spoke against you, who worked quietly to see you fall, who sent ill will toward your life like arrows loosed at night. Now consider what has become of their plans. Efforts that should have succeeded came apart for no reason anyone can name. Matters they believed were firmly in hand slipped through their fingers. Doors they meant to shut against you would not stay shut. That is not luck, and it is not chance. When I am moved by a soul, my protection around that soul thickens like a wall. Arrows do not merely fall short of it, they turn. The trouble your enemies intended for you has been arriving at their own gates, and they cannot understand why. You may have noticed it already and wondered at it quietly. Now you know what you were seeing. Consider also the peace that has been finding you in the middle of the storm. By every reasonable measure, the weight you have carried lately should have flattened you. There were days when the ground shook under everything you had built, when anyone else would have been swallowed by dread. And yet, in the very center of it, a strange calm kept visiting you. Not because your problems dissolved. They did not. The calm came anyway, out of all proportion to your circumstances. That peace has no earthly explanation, and you know it. You have felt it and asked yourself where it could be coming from. It comes from me. It is the quiet that settles on a life when heaven is leaning close. I set it upon you like a hand on the shoulder of a soldier, so that you would know before any other proof arrived that you are not walking through this season alone. And there is more evidence still, which I will show you in a moment. Signs already present in your days that you have not yet read rightly. Your eyes are being opened in this very hour. But before I go on, I want something to be settled between us, plainly and without hurry. Everything I am telling you asks for one response. Not excitement, not curiosity, but trust. The kind of trust that keeps listening when the word turns hard, and keeps standing when the promise seems slow. I am not asking you to feel something. Feelings rise and fall like tides. I am asking you to set your heart, the way a builder sets a stone, and let it remain where you set it. For I have not come today only to comfort you. Comfort alone would leave you exactly where you stand, and I love you too much for that. I have come to lift you, to correct you, to prepare you, and to place something in your hands that you have stopped expecting. All of it is real, and all of it is nearer than you think. If your heart is open and you are willing to hear every word I have for you today, the gentle and the firm alike, then answer me now and say, "I am listening, Father." Then hear the rest of the evidence, because your life is already speaking, and I want you to understand its language. Notice how your seeing has sharpened. Decisions that once left you tangled for days have begun to resolve themselves quickly. Questions that sat in fog are standing now in morning light. You have found yourself simply knowing things, not through any voice from the clouds, but through quiet impressions, sudden understanding, a sureness in your chest that keeps proving right. That is not your imagination improving. That is my counsel reaching you along a channel that has been swept clear. I am guiding you more closely than before, and this is only the beginning of it. Notice, too, who has been leaving. Certain people have drifted out of your days, and certain doors have closed with a finality that startled you. Companions who drained you are gone. Arrangements that quietly held you back have dissolved. At the time, some of those departures stung like loss. But look again with the eyes I am giving you. I have been clearing the ground. A new season requires a cleared field, and I have been removing one by one whatever could not travel where you are going. Do not chase what I am carrying away from you. My hand is in the removal as surely as it will be in the arrival. And notice the sense that has been growing in you that something is near. You have felt an expectancy you cannot name, a leaning forward in your spirit, the way the air changes before rain. You have tried to dismiss it as wishful thinking, but it will not be dismissed. It returns at quiet moments and stands beside you. Trust it. Your spirit is sensing what your mind has not yet been told. Something is indeed approaching your life, and it is connected to everything I have been telling you in this hour. Now, before I open the next door of this word, I must speak to you about trust, because trust is the hinge on which everything ahead will turn. And trust, my child, is not proven by feelings. It is proven by the open hand. Long ago, I sat across from the treasury of my house and observed the people bringing their offerings. The wealthy came in their fine robes and gave from their overflow, and it cost them nothing, and it moved me not at all. Then came a widow with 2 small coins, all she had in the world, and she laid them down and walked away without ceremony. Heaven still tells her story. It was never the amount that stirred me. It was the open hand. An open hand is the sign of a heart that has stopped guarding itself against its own father. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Understand what is really happening when a hand opens. It is not a transaction, and I am no merchant. It is a posture of the soul. The clenched hand says, "My security lies in what I can hold." The open hand says, "My security lies in the one who holds me." Between those two postures runs the whole difference between a life of quiet fear and a life of quiet power. I am forming the open hand in you, not only toward provision, but in every room of your life, because a hand that has learned to release is the only kind of hand that can fully receive. Abraham stood on a mountain with everything he loved bound upon the stones, and he did not withhold. And when I saw that his heart kept nothing back from me, I swore to him a blessing that is still unfolding upon the earth to this day. The measure of his trust became the measure of his inheritance. It has always worked this way in my kingdom. Not because I need anything from your hand, for the cattle on 1,000 hills are mine, but because your release makes room. What you cling to stays the size of your grip. What you entrust to me enters my economy, where seed becomes harvest and 2 coins outweigh a treasury. So let this settle in you gently. I am not asking you for proof of your love. Your love is already known to me. I am inviting you into freedom, the freedom of a soul that has stopped negotiating with fear. Fear whispers that there will not be enough, that tomorrow must be hoarded against, that safety lives in the storehouse. But you have seen by now where fear leads. It leads to shrinking, and you were not made to shrink. Now, having spoken of trust, I must go further in, because this hour holds more than affirmation. I told you at the beginning that I carry 2 words for you today. The first you have been hearing. Heaven has been moved by you. Favor is gathering around you, and evidence of it already marks your days. That word is true, and nothing I say next will take 1 grain of it away. But there is a second word, and it is a firm one. I will not soften it, because you need it whole. A father who stays pleasant while his child drifts toward a cliff does not love that child. My firmness is my love wearing its working clothes. Something has happened in your life that must be set right, and I intend to set it right today, in this hour, before the blessing I have described comes into full view. Do not be afraid of what comes next. Correction from me never arrives to crush. It arrives to rescue. Stay with me now, exactly as you have stayed this far, and let me say the hard thing and the beautiful thing in the same breath, for they belong together, and both of them carry your name. Hear now the hard word. There was a moment not long past when you made a choice your own heart warned you against. You knew the line was there. You felt my hand pressing gently against your will in that moment, a resistance you could not explain, and you moved forward anyway. I was not absent when it happened, and I was not silent. Heaven saw it, and heaven does not pretend. Do not rush to defend yourself. Do not reach for the explanations you have been quietly rehearsing. I have heard every one of them already, and I know the truth that lies beneath them. This hour is not for argument. It is for honesty, and honesty is the only thing I require of you right now. Understand how it truly happened, because it did not begin where you think it began. It did not begin with your hands. It began with a thought. A thought arrived at the door of your mind, and it did not carry my peace, and you knew it did not. But instead of turning it away, you gave it a room to live in. You returned to it. You let it stay past the hour when you knew it should go. And the thought became a leaning, and the leaning became a decision. and the decision became an act. By small degrees, the way it always happens. No one falls all at once. They drift, one quiet warning at a time, each one a little easier to ignore than the last. And when it was done, you felt the change at once, though you told no one. The peace inside you turned unsettled. Your prayers grew heavier in your mouth. A low restlessness followed you from morning into night, and you called it stress, and you called it weariness. But your spirit knew its true name. That churning was your own heart telling the truth while your lips stayed silent. Now hear what my firmness is aimed at, and hear it clearly. It is not aimed at you. It is aimed at the road you had stepped onto, and at the slow ruin I could see waiting further along it. A shepherd who sees a wolf circling his flock does not whisper. He shouts. The sharpness in my voice today is a shepherd's shout, and every edge of it is protection. And mark this as well. I do not correct what means nothing to me. The field a farmer has given up on is the field he leaves alone. The one he walks, clears, and prunes is the one he expects a harvest from. You are being corrected because you are valued. This firm word is itself the proof that I have never let you go. Let me also tell you what your stumble did not do. It did not cancel your calling. It did not lower your worth by a single measure. It did not make me love you less, and it did not make me turn my face away. What it changed was your direction, and direction is what I have come to set right. A traveler on a wrong road is not worthless. He is simply headed somewhere he must not go, and I refuse to let you go there. The greatest danger before you now is not the stumble itself. It is pride. Pride will tell you this word belongs to someone else. Pride will murmur that it was not so serious, that everyone does it, that you can quietly manage it alone. Pride has walked stronger souls than you into places from which they never returned. Do not let it speak for you today. There is a weight resting on you as you hear this. I know you feel it. It is not condemnation. Condemnation crushes a soul into the dirt and leaves it there. What you feel is conviction, and conviction is a mercy. Confusion wanders in circles for years, but conviction points to one thing and says, "Here, this is the matter, deal with this." I have made it that clear because I refuse to let you miss it. Remember the shepherd king. He fell far harder than you have. He took what was not his and he covered it, and for a season he called the covering peace. But when my word finally cornered him, he did not argue. He spoke 4 plain words. I have sinned against you, and that broken honesty opened a door to mercy that his crown could never have purchased. I am listening for those 4 words from you. Not a performance of sorrow, not endless self-punishment. Just the plain truth from a plain heart, with nothing hidden behind your back. So here is the way home, and I ask you to walk it without skipping a single step, for the road back is shorter than you fear. But it must be walked honestly, or it is not walked at all. The first step is honesty with yourself. Name what happened fully, with no excuse stitched to it. Do not dress it up, and do not shrink it down. What is brought into the light loses its power to hide, and what stays hidden keeps its grip. Bring it out into the open before me, all of it, and you will feel its hold begin to loosen the very moment you do. As long as you defend the thing, you remain tied to the thing. You do not need to win an argument with me. You need only tell me the truth, and the truth is something I have already made a way through. The second step is to turn back to me deliberately, not casually. Do not think of me in passing, the way you think of the weather. Come to me on purpose. Speak to me plainly, in your own words, as a child speaks to a father he trusts. Then be still and let the stillness do its slow, deep work. In that stillness, something will shift. The cold draft from that open door will fade. The churning will grow quiet. That is the sound of a door closing. My hand on the latch and your heart in agreement. What was opened in a careless moment is shut in a deliberate one. And there is a third step, the one most souls refuse. And I will not let you refuse it. You must forgive yourself, not excuse yourself. Forgive yourself. There is a difference, and your freedom depends on knowing it. Guilt that lingers after true repentance is not devotion. It is a weight I never asked you to carry, and it chains you to a moment I have already dealt with. If I have released you, who are you to keep yourself imprisoned? Lift your head. The account is settled, not by your suffering, but by my mercy. Your sorrow had its hour and did its honest work, and now its hour is over. From this day forward, dragging that failure behind you is not humility. It is unbelief, and I am asking you to lay it down. Understand also the difference between a mistake and a pattern, because everything ahead depends on it. A mistake is a single stumble on the road. A pattern is a road of its own, walked so many times that the feet no longer ask where they are going. What happened to you was a stumble. But underneath it, I saw a pattern beginning to form, and that is the deeper thing I am healing today. This was not the first time you felt that inner hesitation and stepped past it. You remember the other moments, even now. Each seemed small, but small compromises are seeds, and they grow in the dark as faithfully as good seed grows in a field. I am pulling this one up while the root is still shallow. That is not harshness. That is a gardener who knows what the full-grown plant becomes. Now the correction has done its work, and my voice changes its labor. I begin to rebuild, and I will start with the one skill that would have spared you all of this, knowing my voice among all the others. Listen carefully, for what I teach you now will guard you for the rest of your days. My voice is not hard to find. It is only easy to drown. I speak in the quiet nudge before a decision. I speak in the sudden caution that has no visible reason. I speak in the thought that arrives carrying calm instead of pressure. You have heard me far more often than you realize. The work now is to know that voice so well that no counterfeit can imitate it, the way a shepherd's own flock will not follow a stranger. Here is the first mark of my voice, and I want you to hold it for the rest of your life. My guidance carries peace, not always comfort and not always ease, for I sometimes ask hard things. But even my hard words arrive on steady ground. When peace is present, you may move. When peace lifts, stop where you stand. Peace is not merely a feeling I give you. It is a signal I speak through. You felt that signal leave you in the very moment we have been speaking of. One breath there was stillness, and then there was churning, and you moved anyway. Never again treat that churning as a mood to push through. It is a sentry on your wall, and when the sentry calls out, the gates are to be shut, not argued with. Here is the second mark. My voice leads. It does not shove. The pressure that says now, quickly, before you think, before you pray, that urgency is almost never mine. I created time, and I am never late within it. When something is truly from me, it survives a pause. What cannot survive a pause was counting on your haste, and whatever counts on your haste fears your clarity. So build the pause into your life. Before the decision, before the answer, before the step, be still for one moment and ask me. Sometimes a single, honest breath is enough for the fog to lift. The stumble we have dealt with today happened in the space where that pause should have been. Guard that space from now on as you would guard a treasure, because that is what it is. Now hear me about your attention, for your attention is the gate of your whole life. Whatever you behold, you are slowly shaped by. Whatever you nourish grows, and whatever you starve weakens. There are voices and influences near you that seem harmless on the surface, yet each one leaves a residue, and residue builds. Some of what you have allowed close to you lately has been pulling you off course by slow degrees. I am not asking you to fear the world. I am asking you to keep the gate. Ask of everything that wants your attention one simple question. Does this leave me nearer to my Father or further away? The answer will come quicker than you expect. What you have lacked was never discernment. It was decision. Some things will need to be stepped away from, and I will show you which ones. Do not mourn them. This is not loss. It is pruning, and pruning is done only to branches meant to bear more fruit, never to branches that are finished. When the vine dresser cuts, the vine does not shrink. It readies. Guard also the words you speak inside yourself when no one is listening. That inner voice has been harsher to you than any enemy, harsher than I have ever been. It calls you a failure where I call you my child. It rehearses your worst day on an endless loop, while I have already thrown that record away. From today, when that voice speaks, answer it with what I say. Let your mind be renewed until your thoughts tell the truth, for that is what transformation actually is. Not effort piled upon effort, but a mind slowly retrained to agree with heaven. When your thoughts align with my truth, your choices follow without strain, the way a wheel follows the road. Fix the spring and the stream runs clean. And one word about discipline, because that word has been soured for you, and I want to restore its taste. Discipline is not restriction. Discipline is consistency, nothing more. It is choosing the same right thing on the gray, ordinary days that you chose on the shining ones. No one drifts into steadiness. It is built, one kept moment at a time, and I am building it in you now. You will not feel strong at first, and that is not failure. Strength of this kind grows as an oak grows, without noise, without a single dramatic day, yet immovable once the years have done their work. If you receive this correction with an open heart, and you are willing to be trained by it, whisper to me now, Father, teach me, I am yours. Now I must speak of the years, because the years have been a quiet wound between us. You have questions you stopped asking out loud. You buried them under politeness in your prayers, but I heard them anyway. Why has it taken so long? Why them and not me? Why do the ones who never sought you seem to run ahead while I stand still? You have stood at celebrations for people who began long after you and arrived long before you. You clapped for them with an ache behind your smile. You spoke blessing over them with a voice that did not shake. And then you went home and sat in the quiet and wondered what was wrong with you. I was present for every one of those evenings. Not one of them escaped me. And there were harder nights still. Nights you wondered whether you had misheard me all those years ago. Nights you turned the old promise over in your hands like a coin you could no longer spend. You never said it in those words. You did not have to. So let me answer the buried questions now plainly, as a father answers a grown child. The delay was never absence. There was not one day of those years when I was elsewhere. And the delay was never rejection. You measured my silence as distance, but it was nearer to the silence of a craftsman bent over his work, too intent to speak. Think of a field lying fallow through a long winter. To every passing eye, it is doing nothing. In truth, it is doing some of the most important work of its life. The ground rests and mends. What was spent is restored. And when sowing finally comes, that quiet field outbears every acre that was never given its season of stillness. Your hidden years were not empty years. They were fallow years, and the difference between those two words is as wide as a harvest. Think also of how a great house is built. For months, there is nothing to admire. The work goes downward before it ever goes upward, deep cuts into unseen ground, stones set below where any guest will ever look. A passerby sees a hole and calls it failure. The builder sees a foundation and calls it wisdom. The higher the walls are meant to rise, the longer the unseen work must take. Measure your years of obscurity by that rule and read them again. And those doors that closed against you, the ones you knocked on until your hands ached, you grieved them as losses, and some you have grieved for years. But I stood on the other side of those doors, and I saw what waited behind them. Had certain ones opened, you would have entered seasons that would have cost you far more than the delay ever did. I did not fail to open them. I refused to. There is a love inside a refusal that can only be seen from further down the road. As for the ones who ran past you, release them. Their road is not your road, and their harvest is not your harvest. The vine does not envy the wheat for being gathered first. Each is brought in at its own appointed time, and the later gathering is not the lesser one. Often it is the opposite. What ripens longest keeps longest. Let that settle your heart about every name that has ever made it ache. Here is what those years actually built, since you could not read the ledger. They built a compassion in you that ease could never have produced. You notice the overlooked now, because you know that seat. They built an endurance that does not snap at the first contrary wind. They taught you to keep trusting me with empty hands, a lesson the early blessed rarely learn. These are not consolation prizes. These are the exact tools of the assignment ahead of you. And one more thing the long road proved, and I want you to hear it named. You stayed. Bent, questioning, tired, sometimes barely, but you stayed. Do you know how rare that is? Many have walked away from me over lighter disappointments than yours. You carried yours into my presence again and again, and kept speaking to me from underneath it. Heaven does not overlook a faithfulness like that. It is written where nothing is ever lost. And now I tell you what this whole day has been leading toward. The fallow season is closing, not winding down slowly over years. Closing. The field has rested long enough. The foundation is cured and will bear the weight it was dug for. What I set in motion before you ever knew to ask for it is arriving at its appointed hour, and no hand in heaven or on earth can hold it back now. This is why the correction could not wait. This is why I interrupted your day, and why my voice has carried such fire. A man may drift in the middle of a long, flat road and lose little. He must not drift at the bend. You are at the bend, my child. Everything I have taught you in this hour, the honesty, the pause, the guarded gait, the steady discipline, all of it was fitted for what stands just ahead of you. I know the years have taught your heart to flinch at hope. I know you have braced yourself before, only to stand down again. So I'm not asking you to summon a feeling. I'm asking for something smaller and far greater. Take my word against the evidence of the years, on the strength of my voice alone, the way a sailor trusts the star he cannot touch. Then hear what is coming, because I do not send my children toward a horizon without telling them what to look for. The blessing I have prepared arrives in 3 streams, and when they reach you, you will recognize my hand and not call it luck. The first stream is sudden favor. Doors will begin opening that you never knocked on. A conversation that seems ordinary will turn, in a single sentence, into the connection your path required. People who never noticed you will find you resting on their minds and not know why. But you will know why. I go ahead of my children. I speak their names in rooms they have not yet entered. What years of striving could not force open, one appointed moment will. When it happens, do not stand doubting at the threshold. Recognize it, thank me, and walk through. The second stream is restoration, and it runs deeper than you expect. Things that were taken from you are coming back, and they do not return as they left. They return increased, the way seed returns as harvest. The seasons the devourer consumed I am repaying. Even dreams you buried will stir. There is a vision you once carried that circumstances put into the ground years ago. You mourned it and moved on. But in my hands, buried things have a way of becoming planted things. It is rising again, and it rises in a wiser form, fitted to who you have become. Yet understand the boundary of this promise. I restore what I ordain, not everything you have lost. What was removed from your life as a protection will stay gone. The third stream will surprise you most. Because you have lived without it so long, you have forgotten its taste. Deep peace, the tight band across your chest that you now call normal. The knot beneath your ribs that never fully unwinds. The thoughts that circle your bed at night like birds that will not land. I say to all of it, this is not your inheritance. A morning will come when you wake and the dread that usually greets you simply is not there. And the accusing voice that has trailed you for years, telling you that you are too late, too flawed, too far behind, its time is up. It will be crowded out by a truer voice saying what I have always said over you. You are mine, you are called, and no one is behind who walks in step with me. And mark my word about timing, I will not have you waiting vaguely. Look for the first evidence before this present season turns. Not the whole harvest at once, but the first fruit, the early sign, the unmistakable touch of my hand telling you the weather of your life has changed. When you see it, remember this hour, and remember that I named it before it came. When the streams begin to flow, remember what wells are for. This blessing is not sent so you can build a higher wall around a fuller house. It is sent to pass through you. There are people near you still deep in their own long winter, the ones you love, the ones you carry in prayer, whose names you have laid before me more often than your own. Your task is not to be their savior, it is to be their signpost, a living answer standing where they can see it. Some words are preached, the best ones are lived. The measure you use for others becomes the measure used for you, pressed down, shaken together, running over. One caution, and receive it as tenderly as I speak it. When favor comes quickly, the old pattern will whisper that you no longer need the pause, the stillness, the daily returning to me. Full hands drift more easily than empty ones. Keep the same nearness in harvest that you learned in famine. For the goal was never the streams. The goal was always the fountain. If ever you must choose between what fills your hands and what fills your soul, choose me, and you will find you have lost nothing worth keeping. And here is the final truth, the ground beneath every word of this day. You are chosen, not vaguely favored, not one face lost in a crowd, chosen deliberately, by name, for work that fits no other life but yours. Being chosen is not a decoration, it is an assignment. Consider whom I have chosen before, a stammering fugitive to stand before a king, a shepherd boy overlooked in his own father's house, a fisherman whose courage failed him in a courtyard. I have never chosen the polished. I choose the willing, and I do the polishing myself, often through the very corrections they feared would disqualify them. That is what today was. The fire in my voice was not the fire of rejection. It was the fire a refiner keeps close to the silver he intends to use. The tests will come. I have never lied to you. The old thought will knock again wearing new clothes. When those days arrive, do what you have learned. Stop. Breathe. Turn your heart toward me and wait for the steadiness. If peace holds, walk on. If peace lifts, stand still, though the whole world calls you foolish for standing. And if you stumble, do not vanish from me for weeks, as you once did. Come at once, come mid-fall if you can, for the door between us is never locked from my side. So rise now, my precious child. Lift your head, square your shoulders, and step back into your life as one who has been sent, not merely dismissed. I am before you to lead, behind you to guard, and within you to make you able. Not one day of what is coming will you walk alone. I have spoken, and my word does not return to me empty. If you are ready to rise and walk with me into everything I have prepared for you, declare your amen now, and let it stand as your answer.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
Do not turn away from me now. I am speaking to you with an urgency that cannot wait for a better moment, because there is no better moment than this one. Something heavy is trying to cross into your life, and I am reaching you before it arrives. I am not speaking to frighten you. I am speaking to save you. If you walk away from these words, you may walk straight into what I am trying to place behind you. Hear me clearly. Danger grows when guidance is ignored. Protection rises when you listen. This is the simple truth I am setting before you today, and everything else I say will rest upon it. Stay with me now, because this is where your safety begins. You feel something inside you at this very moment, a pull, a stillness that tells you not to brush this aside as another passing word. That feeling is not random. It is the part of you that still hears me clearly, even when your mind is tired and the world around you is loud. I placed that pull in you, and I am using it now to hold your attention, because what I have to say cannot be missed. Something is trying to move into your life that does not belong there. It carries confusion. It carries loss. It carries a weight you were never meant to bear. I am standing between you and that moment, and I'm calling you to listen carefully, so you do not walk into it unaware. This is why I say do not turn away. To turn away from my voice is to walk without covering. You have been through seasons before that shook you deeply. You remember how it felt when everything seemed to fall apart without warning, when the ground you trusted gave way beneath you. I was there. I saw every silent struggle you never spoke aloud. I heard the words you prayed into the dark when you thought no one was listening. I never left, not even when you turned away, not even when you forgot how to listen. Now I am asking you to stay, because I am about to guide you away from something that could bring that kind of shaking again, only stronger. If you value your peace, if you value your future, if you value the ones you carry in prayer, then remain here and let me speak into your situation. What I reveal is not meant to alarm you. It is meant to prepare you, so you stand firm instead of falling into something you could have stepped around. There are paths forming ahead of you even now. Not all of them lead to peace, though some of them look smooth at the start. You have been close to a decision, close to a direction that seems harmless on its surface. But it carries consequences you cannot yet see. I see what you cannot see. I know where each road bends and where each road breaks, and I am stepping in to turn you before the turning becomes costly. Listen closely, because the next steps you take will shape what follows. You are not weak and you are not forgotten, even if you have felt overlooked, even if you have grown tired of waiting for things to change. I chose to speak to you because your heart still listens. In a world full of noise, that is no small thing. It is the very reason my word can reach you now. The trouble I speak of is not something you are appointed to suffer. It is something you are meant to avoid through attention and obedience. That is why I am here now. Not later, not after the damage is done. Now, while there is still time to shift your direction. A warning that arrives after the fall is only a lament. A warning that arrives before the fall is a rescue. Receive this as rescue. There are people near you whose intentions are not fully clear. There are situations that appear calm on the surface but carry hidden weight beneath, like deep water moving under still ice. You have sensed this. You felt it, and then talked yourself out of it, hoping things would settle on their own. I am telling you plainly, ignoring these signals can open doors you never intended to open. Become aware, become careful. Stand grounded in what I am telling you. This is not protection through fear. It is protection through attention. Fear closes the eyes. Attention opens them. I am opening your eyes today, my child, because an open eye sees the pit before the foot reaches it. You are not alone in this moment, even if it feels like you are the only one carrying these thoughts. I am closer than your breath. I am guiding you step by step, even in the hours when you feel nothing at all. Every time you choose to listen instead of rushing forward, you place yourself under protection instead of chaos. Every time you pause at my voice, a trap somewhere ahead of you loses its power. There is a shift that needs to happen inside you, and it begins today. It is the shift from rushing into decisions toward pausing and seeking wisdom. You have been moving quickly, trying to repair what feels broken with your own two hands, trying to outrun the ache of uncertainty. I understand your urgency, but hear me. Speed without direction leads to regret. A runner on the wrong road only gets farther from home. When you slow down and listen, you allow me to set the right steps in front of you. This is how you move forward without falling. This is how the snare is broken before it closes. I am not here to take your freedom. I am here to guard your future. Everything I say flows from love, even when it arrives with weight and fire in it. You matter more than you have been told. Your path holds more purpose than anyone has shown you. That is why I refuse to stay silent while something gathers against your peace. I speak because I love you. I warn because I will not stand by and let the enemy of your soul take what I have prepared for you. So stay. Listen. Let every word find its place in you. Declare your amen if you have faith. There is something unfolding quietly around you. It makes no noise, yet it carries weight enough to shake your peace if you are not aware of it. I am drawing your attention to it now, so you do not walk into it blind. When you stay with me like this, you are choosing light over confusion. That choice is already protecting you, even before you understand how. You have noticed small signs lately, moments that did not sit right, words that stayed in your mind longer than they should have, a heaviness in a room that everyone else seemed to ignore. Those were not accidents, and they were not your imagination. They were warnings your spirit recognized even while your thoughts tried to dismiss them. I placed that awareness in you for a reason. Now I am asking you to trust it instead of brushing it aside. Understand how danger moves. It rarely announces itself. It does not always come loudly kicking down the door. More often it slips in quietly, through decisions made in haste, through friendships accepted without discernment, through distractions that eat the hours I gave you for better things. I am teaching you to recognize it while it is still small. A fire noticed at the first thread of smoke is easily put out. A fire ignored becomes a ruin. There is a pattern that has been forming in your life, a cycle that returns in different clothing but carries the same ending. You know the feeling. Things seem steady, and then, suddenly, everything tilts, and you are left holding pieces and asking how it happened again. I am breaking that pattern now by naming it before it repeats. You were not made to relive the same sorrow in new seasons. You were made to rise above it with wisdom I supply. When you understand, you move differently. When you move differently, your future changes. This is why I speak so plainly to you today. Clarity is the key that opens the lock the cycle has kept you in. Hear this also. There's an influence near you that pulls your decisions slightly off course. Not enough to notice in a day, enough to matter in a year. It may feel harmless. It may even feel comforting. But beneath it runs a direction that does not lead to your peace. I am asking you to step back and observe before you give it more of your time, your energy, or your trust. Not everything that feels right in the moment is right for your future. I see the whole field. You see one row. Let my sight guide your steps. You have been carrying a quiet pressure inside you, a sense that something must change without knowing what or how. That pressure is not sent to crush you. It is sent to wake you. You cannot keep walking the same road and arrive at a different city. I am opening your eyes so you can turn while turning is still easy. When you listen now, you move by guidance. When you refuse, you are moved later by pain. Between those two ways of learning, choose the gentler one. I want you led, not driven. There are moments ahead that will test your focus. Distraction will come dressed as importance, pulling at your sleeve, insisting it cannot wait. In those moments, a small voice inside you will say, "Pause, think, look again." That voice is mine. It has kept you from more harm than you will ever know this side of eternity. If you override it, you will find yourself in places that drain you and choices that haunt you. If you honor it, you will step over pits you never even see. This is how the prudent walk, as it is written. The wise see danger and take refuge, but the simple keep going and pay the price. You are stronger than you think. But strength without direction is a horse without a rider. You have power to endure, yet I would rather you not spend it on battles you were never assigned. Some struggles can be avoided entirely by one act of listening, one moment of patience, one refusal to rush. You do not need to prove your strength by walking into storms. True strength bows its head and asks which way to go. That is the strength I am building in you. Now look at the door standing before you. It has the shape of an opportunity. It promises progress, relief, a way out. But I am telling you to look deeper before you step through. Not every open door is opened by my hand. Some doors are tests. Some are traps dressed in welcome. The lessons behind the wrong door come with wounds that take years to close. Wounds you were never meant to carry. Wait. Judge the fruit, not the paint. When the right door comes, it will not bring confusion trailing behind it. It will bring peace walking beside it. You have been asking for protection. You have been asking for clarity, for some sign that you are not facing all of this alone. This is that answer, though it comes differently than you expected. Protection does not always look like comfort. Sometimes it looks like a warning that pulls you away from something you thought you wanted. Clarity does not always feel gentle. Sometimes it arrives urgent and direct, because it must reach you before you reach the edge. I am giving you both at once. Receive them fully. Safety comes by accepting what I give, not by bargaining with it. And remember who is speaking. I am the one who parted waters when there was no way through. I am the one who shut the mouths of lions and walked my servants through fire without the smell of smoke on their clothes. Nothing gathering near your life is hidden from me, and nothing hidden from me can stand against my purpose for you. The same hand that held them holds you. Say, I believe, if this word is reaching your spirit. There is something in your life that needs to be released. It no longer serves your growth, yet you have held it out of habit or out of fear of the empty space it would leave behind. It may be a connection. It may be a way of thinking. It may be a routine that feels familiar while it quietly drains you. I am naming it now so you can set it down before it leads you into something heavier. Letting go is not loss when it protects your peace. It is strength in its purest form. The farmer who prunes the branch is not destroying the tree. He is preparing the harvest. You are not losing. You are making room. Trust that what leaves your hands is clearing the way for what I am sending. My word does not return to me empty, and neither will your obedience. You are not being punished, and you have not been singled out for hardship. What you are experiencing is positioning. I see what stands ahead on your road, and I care enough to speak into your present so your future stays steady. This is not about fear. It is about alignment. When you align with my voice, you stand firm even while everything around you shifts. That is the kind of stability I want for you, the kind that does not depend on calm weather. There is a weight that has been building slowly in your days, not heavy enough to stop you, just heavy enough to bend your direction without your notice. It hides in distractions. It hides in sharp reactions. It hides in choices made too quickly, without a single breath of reflection. These are the narrow gaps where trouble enters, not through great events, but through small, unguarded moments. Guard the small moments, and you guard the whole house. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Now hear what follows the altar. When Abraham lifted his eyes on the mountain, the ram was already in the thicket. The provision was in place before the need was visible. It is the same with you. What I have prepared for your coming days is already set along the road, waiting for you to arrive at it. Your part is not to produce the provision. Your part is to keep walking in trust until you reach it. You have been moving forward with good intentions, trying to do what is right, trying to hold your world steady. But intention alone cannot protect you if it is not joined to patience. There are places where your heart wants to move faster than your understanding, and that gap is exactly where missteps are born. I am slowing you down, not to frustrate you, but to keep you inside my timing. When you slow down, you see clearly. When you see clearly, you step over what would have brought sorrow later. There is someone connected to your life whose spirit does not match the direction I am leading you. This does not make them evil. It makes them misaligned with your assignment. Their presence leans on your decisions in ways that tilt you off course, a degree at a time. A single degree seems like nothing on the first day. After 1,000 steps, it is a different destination altogether. I am asking you to create space, to observe, to guard your heart, for out of it flow the springs of life. This is not rejection. This is stewardship of the path I gave you. You were never meant to carry everything alone, though you have learned to be strong and self-reliant. That strength helped you survive hard seasons. But survival and abundance are not the same country, and the road between them is called trust. You do not need to solve every riddle by yourself while I am standing here speaking. Trusting me means pausing to receive direction before you act. That pause is where clarity lives, and clarity is the wall around your peace. There is a decision ahead of you that deserves more attention than you plan to give it. It looks simple. It looks like something you could settle in an afternoon. I am telling you now, do not rush it. This decision carries weight that will touch not only you, but the ones you love. Approach it with calm. Approach it with prayer. When you do, details will surface that you would have missed at speed, and those details will point you to the right choice, like markers on a trail. You have been feeling a restlessness you cannot fully explain, a quiet discomfort under the surface of ordinary days. That feeling is not confusion, it is a signal. Something is shifting, and you are being called to adjust before the shift arrives in full. Restlessness often comes when change is required, but not yet begun. Do not numb it. Do not outrun it. Bring it to me, and I will translate it into instruction. When you answer the inner signal early, you stay ahead of what is coming. That is how you remain steady while others are caught off guard. Look also at your habits, the things you do without thinking because they are familiar. Some of them strengthen you. Some of them quietly pull you away from hearing me. I am not asking you to overturn your whole life in a day. I am asking you to become aware of what feeds you and what feeds on you. Awareness is the first mercy. Change is the second. Choose what strengthens you, and you become very hard to shake. A moment is coming when you will be tested, not in a way that breaks you, but in a way that reveals how well you have listened. You will face a choice that looks familiar, something you have met before wearing different clothes. The last time, it cost you. This time, you will see it coming. That is where your growth will show itself. Not in avoiding every trial, but in choosing differently when the old trial returns. I am preparing you for that moment right now, word by word. When it arrives, you will feel the pull of the old response rising in you. The old haste, the old appetite, the old excuse. And then you will feel something newer and quieter underneath it. The steadiness we have been building together. Follow the steadiness. One different choice at the familiar crossroad, and a cycle that has run for years comes to its end. This is how chains break, not with noise, but with one obedient step. Do not underestimate the power of staying near to me in small ways. A breath of prayer in the middle of an ordinary hour. A moment of thanks before you rise. A pause to ask me before you answer someone. These small turnings are not small at all. Each one strengthens your ear to hear and your will to follow. Transformation is not one great leap. It is 1,000 quiet returns to my presence, and you are already returning. There are layers to what I am showing you, and each day of listening peels another one back. At first, my word sounds like general counsel. Then you begin to see how precisely it touches your life. The decision you have been weighing, the person you have been trusting, the direction you have been considering. All of it is being brought into the light, not to overwhelm you, but so you can move wisely. Wisdom is the lamp that keeps your feet on solid ground when everything else feels uncertain. You have been standing at a quiet turning point, even if you did not name it as one. From the outside, nothing looks dramatic, but heaven marks this season in your life, because small shifts made here will decide large outcomes later. You're not stuck. You're being positioned. The bow must be drawn backward before the arrow flies. When you understand that, waiting stops feeling like abandonment and starts feeling like aim. Now attend to your thoughts, because not every thought in your mind was born there. Some were planted by old wounds. Some were spoken over you by careless mouths years ago and took root. Some are whispers from the enemy of your soul, dressed in your own voice. When you accept them without question, they begin to steer your actions. I'm asking you to slow down and test what you have been believing. Take every thought captive. Not every thought deserves your trust, and not every feeling deserves your obedience. Filter what you receive, and you will protect what you become. You have an instinct I wove into you, a quiet knowing that senses when something is off before your mind can explain it. There were times you overrode it, hoping to be wrong, hoping things would improve on their own. Some of your deepest regrets began in exactly those moments. I am strengthening that instinct now so you can honor it without apology. When you feel that inner hesitation, do not push past it to keep the peace or keep the pace. Stop. Ask. Listen. That hesitation is often my hand on your shoulder. There is a situation near you that seems stable on the surface but carries tension underneath. You have noticed the small tells. A change of tone. A silence where there used to be openness. Moments that did not add up. Do not explain these away. I'm not asking you to react with suspicion or fear. I'm asking you to respond with attention. What is noticed early can be handled gently. What is ignored grows teeth. Learn also what protection truly is. It is not the removal of every obstacle from your road. It is my guidance through the obstacles in a way that keeps you whole. There will always be moments that press you. But when you walk in awareness, those moments do not rule you. You respond instead of react. You consider instead of rush. That single shift moves you from being a target to being a watchman on the wall. There is still a part of you that wants to resolve everything at once, to sprint out of uncertainty because the waiting itches. I understand that ache. But decisions squeezed out under pressure are the ones most often regretted at leisure. I'm slowing your hand so your eyes can catch up. Trust this process, even when it feels uncomfortable. A moment of discomfort under my instruction is worth years of ease on the far side of it. You have been carrying responsibilities that feel heavy, managing burdens while letting no one see the strain. In that tiredness, important details start slipping past you. I am calling your focus back before something that matters is missed. You do not have to carry all of it in your own arms. Cast the weight onto me, for I care for you, and I do not drop what I carry. Rest is not neglect of your duty. Rest is trust wearing work clothes. And set your boundaries, even where it feels uncomfortable to set them. You have allowed certain things to continue because addressing them felt harder than enduring them. But they have been taxing your peace, and the bill grows each month. Stand firm in what you know is right for your life. A boundary is not a wall against people. It is a fence around the garden I planted in you. Keep the fence, and the garden feeds everyone who enters by the gate. You have been surrounded by noise for too long. Voices pulling your attention in a dozen directions. Demands stacked on demands. A hum of worry that never quite goes silent. That noise makes it hard to hear what matters. It buries my guidance under a pile of urgencies that will not matter in a year. I am asking you to make room for quiet, even briefly, even imperfectly. I did not speak to my prophet in the wind, or the earthquake, or the fire. I spoke in a low whisper, and he had to still himself to hear it. It is the same with you. In quiet, clarity grows strong. In clarity, decisions grow wise. This is not about escaping your life or emptying your days. It is about choosing where your attention lives. Attention is the doorway of the soul. Whatever you attend to enters. Guard the doorway, and you guard everything inside. There are conversations coming soon, words that will carry more meaning than they seem to at first hearing. Listen not only to what is said, but to what moves in you as it is said. Truth has a weight the heart can feel beneath the words. If something rings hollow, do not silence that ringing just to keep things comfortable. Comfort is not proof of truth, and discomfort is not proof of danger. Ask me for discernment in the moment, and I will give it without scolding you for asking. Be careful, too, with what you share and with whom. Not everyone around you understands your journey, and not every ear is safe for your dreams. You have been open in ways that left you exposed, handing the tender things of your heart to people who did not know how to hold them. Joseph told his dream to his brothers and found a pit waiting. Some things I show you are for you and me alone until their season. Silence, rightly used, is armor. Choose your confidants the way you would choose someone to hold a flame in a dry field. Speak, I receive this, if your heart is open today. There is a pattern of hesitation in you as well, a habit of doubting what you clearly sense. You second-guess the knowing I placed in you, waiting for outside confirmation that rarely comes in time. That hesitation has cost you moments when you could have stepped aside from harm or stepped into blessing. I am building your confidence now. When you sense my leading, you do not need the whole map to take the next step. Trust grows by walking, not by studying the road from a distance. Protect your focus, for it is one of the strongest things I have placed in you. Not every opportunity deserves your yes. Not every conflict requires your presence. Not every need within reach is an assignment with your name on it. Even my son, when the crowds pressed him, withdrew to lonely places to pray, and he did not heal in every town. He moved as the Father directed, nothing more, nothing less. Learn that rhythm. When you spend your strength only where I send you, your strength is always enough. You are stepping into a season where awareness will guide you more than habit does. At first, this will feel strange, like writing with your other hand. You are used to moving on old reflexes, reacting before thinking, deciding before praying. But as you keep listening, you will notice your responses growing calmer, your choices growing cleaner, your path growing steadier. This is the renewing of your mind I promised. It is not loud, it is thorough. And once it takes hold, it changes how you move through everything. Something will soon present itself as urgent, demanding immediate action, pressing you to decide before you can breathe. Mark my words on this. Not everything urgent is important, and not everything important arrives with alarm bells. Urgency is often the costume that pressure wears to bypass your wisdom. When the push comes, stand still. Stillness will reveal whether the thing is truly yours or merely loud. The one who believes will not be in haste. Calm is not slowness. Calm is command of your own steps. Your future is not meant to be shaped by fear. It is meant to be shaped by clarity and by covenant. Every warning I have spoken to you today is a lamp, not a lash. When you are aware, fear loses its grip, because you understand what is happening and you know what to do. You are not being led into darkness. You are being led out of it, one deliberate step at a time. And I do not lose travelers on my road. Notice how protection has already been at work around you. There were days you were delayed and grumbled at the delay, never seeing what the delay let pass ahead of you. There were requests denied that you mourned, doors closed that you pounded on, and behind some of them stood grief you never had to meet. You have been spared in ways that will only be understood when you see the whole story from my side of it. Let that settle your heart about the things I am asking of you now. The timing of all this is not random. You are being prepared just before something tries to enter your life, so that it finds you ready instead of surprised. Preparation is the difference between panic and peace. The wise virgins filled their lamps before the shout came at midnight, and when it came, they walked in without fear. I am filling your lamp right now. Stay with me while the oil is being poured. You are learning too that my voice has a signature. When something is truly from me, a calm arrives with it, even when the instruction is hard. When something is not from me, a subtle static comes with it, a tension that is not resolved no matter how you reason with it. These signals are not moods. They are part of how I lead you. Trust them, test them against my word, and they will keep you on the path when the fog is thick. There are people who will not understand your path, and their words may plant doubt in you without their meaning any harm. They speak from what they can see, and they cannot see what I have shown you. Do not hand them the pen that writes your direction. Noah built for years under a clear sky while neighbors shook their heads, and the rain proved the builder right. Listen to counsel with humility, but let my voice be the deciding one. When you stay aligned with what I have spoken, you remain steady even when others question every board you nail. You are learning to trust a deeper sense within you, one that does not beg for constant reassurance. That trust is growing because you keep showing up to listen. When it matures, you will no longer feel lost in uncertain seasons. You will move with a quiet confidence that needs no audience and no applause. It is not loud. It does not argue. It simply keeps walking in the direction I pointed, and it arrives. A situation is approaching that will ask you to respond with clarity instead of emotion. In earlier years, you would have answered from the wound, letting the feeling fire before the thought could load. This time you will feel something new between the spark and the flame. A pause. Space enough to breathe, to pray, to choose. I am placing that pause in you now, and it will save you from turning a small matter into a long war. The one who rules their own spirit is mightier than the one who takes a city. You have been carrying concerns you have never fully spoken, thoughts that circle at night, questions you swallow in the day because you are unsure where to set them down. Bring them to me out loud. I am bringing them to the surface, not to shame you, but so you can face them with understanding instead of dread. A worry named in prayer is already half its former size. You're not asked to solve everything at once. You're asked to stop hiding it from the only one who already knows. Think of the field the farmer lets rest for a season. To an impatient eye, it looks abandoned, wasted, going nowhere. But the soil is being restored in secret, minerals gathering, strength returning, so the next planting yields double. Parts of your life that look dormant right now are fields at rest under my order. Nothing is being wasted. Do not despise the resting field, and do not force a planting out of season. The harvest belongs to the one who honors the timing of it. Or consider the river. It does not argue with the mountain. It moves around, it moves under. It finds the low and honest way. And in 100 years, it has carved a canyon that no hammer could have made. Your persistence does not need to be violent to be victorious. Keep flowing in the direction I have set, gentle and unceasing, and none of it will be wasted either. What blocks you today will one day be the banks that give your life its shape. There's a situation that may try to pull you back into an old pattern. It will come dressed in familiarity, whispering that this time will be different while carrying the same ending in its pocket. I am showing you beforehand, so recognition arrives before regret. When it appears, you will feel the old gravity. Stand in the new ground. One clear refusal at the right moment will close a door that has been swinging for years, and you will feel the wind of it stop at last. You are also learning quiet discernment, the strength to observe without instantly reacting. This is no small skill. The one who observes first understands, and the one who understands responds in a way that protects peace. You no longer need to prove anything by speed. Let others mistake your stillness for hesitation if they wish. Stillness that listens to heaven moves faster than haste that listens to panic. Small tests are ahead, not storms, just simple choices carrying deeper meaning than their size suggests. A word you could say and choose not to. An offense you could pick up and leave lying on the road. A shortcut you could take with no one else knowing. These little crossroads are where your growth will show itself. He who is faithful in little will be trusted with much. Pass the small tests, and the larger doors open without your pushing. There is a foundation being laid in you right now, below the surface where no one applauds. Builders spend long months on ground no passerby admires, digging down before anything rises up. To the hurried eye, it looks like nothing is happening, but every stone set in that unseen ground decides how high the walls can safely climb later. I am building deep in you because I intend to build high. Do not resent the season underground. Towers rushed onto shallow footings fall in the first hard wind, and I have never once built you to fall. Remember the desert road. My people walked it between the chains they left and the promise they entered, and the walking itself did the work the promise required. In the desert they learned my daily bread, my pillar of fire, my faithfulness at dawn after dawn. If your current stretch feels dry, it is not because you are lost. It is because some things are only learned where the distractions die away. You are closer to the far edge of this desert than you think. Do not sit down in the sand now. The seasons themselves preach this if you will hear them. No winter has ever held the ground past its appointed hour. The tree that stands bare in the cold is not dead, it is scheduled. Sap rises on a calendar no frost can veto, and the same branch that looked finished breaks into blossom overnight. Your life keeps this same covenant with me. What has gone quiet in you has not been canceled. It has been dated, and when its hour strikes, no delay of the past will be strong enough to hold it back a single day longer. And through all of it, keep this truth near. You are not being pushed through your life by chance. You are being led through it on purpose. A push comes from behind and does not care where you land. A leading walks ahead of you and prepares where you will stand. I go before you. I level the uneven places. I break through gates of bronze when they bar your road. Follow, and you will find every place I promised already holds your name. Feel what is happening inside you as these words settle. A calm is taking root, a calm that does not depend on your circumstances behaving themselves. It comes from knowing you are aligned, knowing you are aware, knowing you are heard. This calm was not there in the same way before. It has been building through every moment you chose to stay and listen. It will become your foundation, the ground you return to whenever the days turn uncertain. When you stand on that ground, you are not easily shaken. You are not the same as you were when my voice first reached you today. Something has shifted, and it cannot be quietly undone. You are seeing more clearly. You are weighing things more carefully. You are answering life more intentionally. This is growth, even though it made no sound. The deepest changes rarely announce themselves. They simply begin, and everything after them is different. Handle your moments of uncertainty in this new way from now on. You used to flee them, rushing into any decision that promised relief from the discomfort of not knowing. Now you know better. Uncertainty is not an enemy to outrun. It is a room to stand still in until I turn on the light. When you pause inside it instead of bolting, you see what the hurried never see. Trust the pause. It has become one of the safest places you own. You're learning that not everything deserves your response. Some things are meant to pass by like weather, requiring nothing from you but patience. Others are assignments that will wait for their proper hour. This discernment is settling into you, teaching you where your strength belongs and where it would only be spilled. When you stop answering everything, you finally have enough left to answer what matters. That is not indifference. That is aim. Alertness will matter in the days just ahead, so keep your lamp trimmed. The trouble I warned you about at the beginning has not changed its plans, but you have changed your readiness, and readiness is what decides the outcome. What would have found you distracted will now find you standing. What would have entered unnoticed will now be seen at the gate. This is what these moments together have built. Not fear, preparedness. And preparedness wearing peace is the strongest posture a soul can hold. Carry the ones you love into this same covering. Speak my name over them in the quiet. Ask my hedge around their comings and goings. You cannot stand beside them in every moment, but I can, and I do not sleep. Job rose early and prayed over his household continually, and heaven marked it. Your prayers for your loved ones are not scattering into empty air. They are standing orders in my kingdom, and they outlast the day you prayed them. Let that assurance rest over your household tonight, and let it hold there long after this hour has passed. Hold fast to what has been placed in you today. The warning that turned you, the pause that guards you, the discernment that filters what reaches your heart, the boundaries that keep your garden whole, the quiet that lets you hear me. These are not scattered lessons. They are one armor, fitted to you piece by piece in this single hour. Wear all of it. The soldier who leaves one strap loose invites the arrow to the gap. And when the tested moment comes, and it will come, remember how this felt. Remember the steadiness in you right now. You will not need to summon courage from nowhere, because courage is simply the memory of my faithfulness applied to the present hour. Look back at every road I have already brought you through. Not one promise I made has fallen to the ground. The record is your armor too. Walk forward then, but walk awake. Move through your days with your ear tuned to the low whisper underneath the noise. Question the urgent. Honor the quiet signal. Keep short accounts with me, speaking often, hiding nothing. A soul in constant conversation with heaven is nearly impossible to ambush. That is the life I am inviting you into. Not a single rescued moment, but a guarded and guided way of living. Do not fear the future you cannot see. I am already present in it, the way light is already at the end of a tunnel while you are still inside the dark of it. Every day you are walking toward provisions I have stationed, people I have appointed, and places prepared before you asked. The road between here and there holds nothing that you and I together cannot pass, and you will never again walk any part of it without me. Let your heart be still now. The urgency that opened this word has done its work. You stayed, you listened, you received. The danger that required this warning now requires your obedience, nothing more. Take the pause, test the door, guard the gate. Release what I named, trust what I promised. Do these, and you will look back on this day as the day the direction of things quietly changed. I am with you when the morning comes, and the day demands more than you think you have. I am with you at midday when the noise is loudest and the choices crowd in. I am with you at night when the questions circle and the house goes quiet. There's no hour of yours that I am absent from, no step of yours that I have not gone ahead of. This is not a promise for the strong, it is a promise for the willing. And you, by staying to the end of this word, have shown me your willingness. So go now into what remains of this day, covered and not exposed, led and not driven, awake and not wandering. My peace I leave with you, not as the world gives, thin and temporary, but as I give, deep and abiding and stronger than whatever tried to reach you this season. You were warned because you are loved. You are loved because you are mine. And what is mine, I keep. Say, yes, Lord, I am ready to walk forward if you receive this word into your life today.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.